One sec, folks. Just give me a few seconds and we'll be ready to roll on this bad boy here. That's strange. Whatever, I don't care. Alright. Sorry about that. How's it going, folks? We'll get underway in just a few minutes here. I don't mind blowing a little bit of time before we actually get started, but then again, I have not touched this game on Crushing for almost a year at this point. So maybe it'd be better to start now, because I bet progress is going to be slow. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I would go into my options and check stuff, but I remembered, obviously, that it doesn't matter, because my bonuses, because we're going to play on Crushing, so everything's pretty much going to be turned off. The only thing you can enable on difficulties you haven't beaten yet are skins. You can't spawn in weapons or do cheats or anything like that. I guess you can do render modes, but you can't do... You can't activate cheats, and you can't give yourself whatever guns you want until you've actually beaten the game on the difficulty. Wait, I guess I have beaten the game on Crushing, haven't I? So technically, I could cheat. Right, of course. I have beaten the game on Crushing. We're playing on my save file, not Joey's. I could absolutely give myself whatever I wanted. I'm not going to, because that would kind of defeat the purpose. But whatever. Yeah, that's all the way I want it. That's unimportant. I may have turned subtitles off for footage that I got recently, so I gotta find... Where is that? That's under game. Okay, subtitles are still on. Yeah. Alright, that's all fine. I can't think of anything else I would have messed with for, like, recording purposes or whatever. So, yeah. That should all be fine. That should all be good. Ba-ba-bum-bum, da-na-na. Alrighty. I'll give people a few minutes to show up, then again, maybe nobody will show up. Who knows? It's possible absolutely nobody will turn up except for the folks who are already here. It may just be us bunch today hanging out, broing out, you know. That's totally fine too. But all the same, I'll give people a couple of minutes to filter in. Maybe there wasn't exactly much warning on this bad boy here. Listen to some tunes, maybe. Not that Uncharted's soundtrack isn't good, but we can mix it up a little bit, listen to some other stuff. Too loud, though. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little bit lifeless right now, getting things started here. Haven't done this in a little while. I don't really have like set discussion topics for us to hang out and chat about today. So, whatever you guys want to talk about, other than spoilers for later games in the Uncharted series, really is fine. I don't want to talk about anything that hasn't happened in Uncharted yet, since we still have folks in the audience who perhaps have only watched Uncharted Drake's Fortune. That said, if you are foolhardy enough to watch this stream without watching the playthrough of Uncharted Drake's Fortune, I don't know why that you will. I don't quite know why you would do that. So we will spoil Uncharted Drake's Fortune probably during this. I mean, unless I'm not gonna like just go ahead and talk about stuff for no reason. But like, if I have cause to talk about something that happens we haven't gotten to yet, I will. No Uncharted 2, 3, 4, or Lost Legacy spoilers though, and I lack the ability to spoil Golden Abyss because I don't really know anything about it. Say that again. Someone just said that the PS5 might get backwards compatibility soon. Do you mean beyond, like, PlayStation 4 stuff? Is this a rumor, or is this actual informazione? Because I seriously doubt it. The issue with backwards compatibility, folks, is that games are usually built to run, especially like discs, they're built to run with specific chips, specific computer systems. Part of why the PlayStation 3 was so expensive at launch, aside from the fact that it had a Blu-ray player inside of it, was that it had the chips for it had the computers for a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2 inside of it, or at least some of them did. The original, there were like 4 fat PS3. There were 4 George Foreman grill PS3 models. I think one of them was just, I said PS4, PS3 models. One of them played just PS3 games. 2 of them played PS3 and PS1 games, and one of them played PS1, PS2, and PS3 games, I think. I may be messing that up. I know there were 4 models, and they all had all had slightly different specs. It was a pretty weird situation. I actually got a PlayStation 3. It was one I got it for Christmas, and I did not, one year, and I did not ask for it. I actually just wanted to get a PS2 so I could play Kingdom Hearts, if I'm being completely honest with you. Because this was back in the day before I had a PlayStation 2. I was kind of a fan of the series, but via exclusively the internet and the then Game Boy Advance available entry. We got a PlayStation 3 instead. My family was like, whatever, might as well spend the money. It's a Blu-ray player. At the time, eventually I was thankful for it. At the time, there wasn't really a ton on the PlayStation 3 I super duper wanted. It was at least, that doesn't sound like I want to make that sound like a slam, because I enjoyed the system and I did get some games for it that I enjoyed. It just like wasn't what I was expecting, and I didn't want my parents to break the bank, but they did it anyway. Unfortunately, we got a model that ran PS3 and PS1 games, but not PS2 games, so I had to go out and find a cheap PS2 anyway to play Kingdom Hearts, which was fine. It was no big deal. I like having the extra hardware anyway. I can play PS1 games on this, though. I have, obviously, when we played Final Fantasy VII for the channel, we did that digitally through the PS1 Classics store, but I do have a physical copy of Final Fantasy VIII. I actually own that physically, and that's the only PS1 game that I own physically right now. I have to grab some more in the future, though. I am planning on grabbing some. Stuff off of the digital storefronts for the PlayStation 3 and PSP and Vita and all that stuff before that goes down. I thought Vagrant Story might be something fun to stream, but that's a far-flung distant future, boys and girls. We aren't quite there just yet. That is a future Jacob problem, and who knows if it'll actually happen or not. It'd be nice to stream something is a pretty big subject. I'm not seeing any reports on expanding backwards compatibility from any reputable sources here, really. I don't want to sound like I'm just slamming on people suggesting stuff, but I'm not seeing anything from any websites that I really trust. Oh, well. Leon Narum says, I've tried to play Vagrant Story like 5 times and bounced off the gameplay. Yeah, well, see, that's why I would big cheat. I would have a guide, and I would understand how the game works, because of its weird weapon weakness systems of, like, you gotta hit specific parts of the body with specific weapons. I would just figure all that stuff out ahead of time, and that would cut some of the trouble out of it. I still have to deal with weird weapon melding and grinding and other garbage, but who cares? It'd be worth it because that game's cool. Vagrant Story is neat, and it's a great example of how much good art direction, cinematography, and presentation can bring to a game even with limited technology. Like, that game legitimately looks better than, in terms of its, like, I know, hey, listen, I know we're beating a dead horse here or whatever, but, like, it's just, when I look at stuff that is just so poorly directed, like the cutscenes for Kingdom Hearts 3, or even, honestly, even the overly flashy, ugly visual diarrhea of something like the FF13 FMVs or Advent Children, the bold, simple direction and animation and lighting effects that had to be painstakingly hand-painted onto Vagrant Story are so impressive. That game looks so good, is directed so immaculately. The score matches up with what's happening in the cutscenes so well. It's phenomenally well made. Just fantastically well-made game. Stunningly so, but whatever. What? Keep the bonus treasures from the loaded game for the... What? Keep the bonus treasures. Are there additional secret treasures that I don't know about? Yes, I think. I don't want to pick up the treasures again. I'm doing this right. Ignore all these save files. These are for an experiment that never came to fruition. I'm not going to skip the cutscenes during this, I don't think. Unless I just get really super duper bored. Because who knows, I may have some interesting stuff to say about them that maybe I didn't get around to last time with Joey. Who knows? You never know. Do you know? I certainly don't know. Unless you're watching this in the future and you've already watched the stream once, then I suppose you know. Speaking of, we'll probably only go like 3 hours or so today, so we ain't gonna beat the whole game, but no big deal.
We believe to be the coffin of legendary explorer Sir Francis Drake, who was buried at sea over 400 years ago.
Jordan Combra with a $10 donation. Thank you very much. Hope all is well. Like hearing your perspective on things. Always entertaining / interesting to hear. And this also leads to... I was actually... thank you very much. Perspective on things. I was actually about to talk to you about Aladi22's question. What do you think of the comparisons between Uncharted and Indiana Jones? Well, first of all, this is something I've been thinking about the Uncharted series a lot recently, especially the first game, since we just finished playing it a little bit ago, and the series finished coming out. Obviously, Indiana Jones itself was kind of I wouldn't call it a ripoff, I suppose, but a riff on pre-existing adventure serials of the past, right? That were a really big influential thing for a number of years that then kind of fell out of fashion. And then Lucas and Spielberg kind of revitalized with Indiana Jones. I guess I shouldn't say revitalized, because while there have obviously been other adventure movies since then, and other attempts to ape what Indiana Jones was doing, obviously nothing else quite achieved that level of success. Though there were a few other attempts at doing, actual adventure serials. Was it,
Okay, what's going on?
What was it called? Tales of the Golden Monkey. That was what it was. Was it Secret of the Golden Monkey? That wasn't it, was it? Yeah. This was a, Tales of the Golden Monkey, I believe it was only one season, yeah, was an attempt to revitalize specifically the adventure serial, immediately following the success of Raiders of the Lost Ark. One season TV show, I've watched a little bit of that one, but a lot of this stuff is pulled from, like I was talking about before, old adventure serials. A lot of stuff, like Spielberg specifically said that, like, for example, the boulder sequence from Raiders was inspired more by, what's it called? The Scrooge McDuck comics, right? Everything is, there is nothing new under the sun. Everything is always a regurgitation in some shape, form, or fashion. Especially at this point, we've been around. Humans have been around for a while at this point, recycling ideas.
It's kind of a long story.
I didn't beat them that time either. Ooh, I was about to say I need to cheat and put a dot on my screen to indicate where the crosshair is, but honestly, that would just be a great demonstration of why this game's cover is kind of garbo, because the way that Nate animates coming out of cover means that often the center of screen, even if you have something perfectly lined up, is not actually where it will wind up, where the shot will actually wind up landing.
They're climbing aboard.
Are they behind me? They are behind me.
Oh, no, you don't.
That bullet barely hurt me. The other one almost killed me. But anyway, what I was about to get to is that one thing that I think is kind of interesting about Uncharted, especially this first one, saw a couple people leave comments to the effect of like, well, that was a decent TV movie of the week type of stuff, you know, towards the end of the playthrough. And I don't necessarily disagree, because the first Uncharted is not super duper remarkable, especially from a plot standpoint. A lot of it is elevated, I think, specifically by the medium that it's being placed in, because there weren't a lot of games chasing this kind of stuff. Oh, they're coming from both sides now. You did have, like, a number of Indiana Jones video games in the past, but they were split between the point-and-click LucasArts adventures of the 90s, right? And then, like, third-person shooter action games. And on one hand, the point-and-click adventure game is kind of really good for Indiana Jones, with an emphasis on, you know, pixel hunting through areas, finding clues, storytelling, and raw writing. But you lose out on the action stuff. The third-person action shooter games, good for another perspective on an Indiana Jones adventure, because it's, you know, you got your shoot bangs. But you never get the complete picture of kind of an Indiana Jones experience through the combination of through those two different experiences, right? You have to kind of meld them together. And I think that Naughty Dog's approach to these kind of you know, these quote-unquote movie games, as people have called them, though, in the first place, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with games more deliberately aping movies, or even removing elements of interactivity in certain cases, because there's a billion different games out there, right? You can have your really open-ended stuff, and you can have your more scripted, linear experiences. These things all have their place. But the point is that the method that they adopted with this, where they allow themselves something that a lot of... This may sound a bit redundant to those of you who have been on the gaming scene for a while, because really a lot of stuff that I praise this game for is stuff that Half-Life 2 was doing just a couple of years before it. But it was still fit, so I can't claim that it was like charting completely new territory. Ha ha ha. But it was... you know, it was influential and significant for reasons all the same. And it was doing stuff that was relatively new and pretty interesting at the time. A lot of people lauded Half-Life 2 at the time because of the incredible work that went into the facial animation and performances on characters in that game, but especially the facial animation. People talk about, you know, a warm and knowing smile offered by a certain character, an instant sense of familiarity just by the way that people look at each other and interact with each other, which just really did not exist in character animation in video games before Half-Life. If this had been a bigger hit, if this had not been stranded on early PlayStation 3 that nobody owned or cared about, then this could have been, I think, a very similar experience for a lot of console gamers who missed out on Half-Life. By the time that Uncharted 2 rolled around, things were getting a bit more sophisticated in general all over the game industry, so it wasn't quite as remarkable. But as Joey and I talked about during the original playthrough, like, this came out in the same year as Halo 3. Well, I think Halo 3 is probably the superior game overall, definitely. What am I talking about? With multiplayer and everything else, of course, yeah, Halo 3 is the superior game. But think about how ugly and terrible the humans look in Halo 3, and how much of an improvement these guys are, just not only just in terms of, like, the raw models, other than Johnson, but in terms of their physical performances. Combination of motion capture, of really well-done facial animation, and of really good human vocal performances in this, and scripting. The script, again, is nothing remarkable. If this was in a feature film, it would be pretty generic and normal, but it's hard to overstate how much characters with this much like easy charm, in spots sarcasm, even smarm. Like it's just really something really unique about characters interacting with each other and talking to each other like this in a video game. Because at this point in time, most video game scripts were either A, principally concerned with matters of the plot, or B, if they were really like story driven, they were often really big, expansive productions that didn't like. Let's take Final Fantasy X as an example, right? Maybe Final Fantasy XII would be a better example since it was right up rubbing against this. But let's take Final Fantasy X because until Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy X, even the first Kingdom Hearts were kind of really big, budget, advanced, story-driven experiences, right? Video1 says, but are Halo 3 humans worse than Mass Effect Andromeda humans? I don't know about that. That's a hard question. I don't know if I want to get into that bag of worms right now. But anyway, you look at something like Final Fantasy X, right? And there's a lot of richness that goes into the character writing, but it is almost all of the work is being done by the script and occasionally by the actors when they manage to give good performances, since the performances in 10 are kind of a mixed bag. There is almost never any character work being done in the cutscenes, with the exceptions of a handful of the FMVs. Like when you get to Yuna's breakdown right before, like the FMV where Yuna has a bit of an emotional breakdown right before she and Titus kiss, like right there's a lot of animation work carrying the characters. But even in like big, exciting action sequences, there's just not a lot of stuff being done on that front. And a few minutes away from here, there's going to be a bit where they're saying, like, hey, kill Nate. And Nate's like, come on. And Sully's like, seriously, whoa, hey, he's got nothing to do with it. And Nate's like a sarcastic, yeah, don't you guys normally, like, cut off a finger or something? And it sounds ridiculous to suggest, but the multi-layered performance of legitimately afraid for his life, but cracking jokes and trying to diffuse the situation, like borderline Spider-Man Peter Parker style, right? Of I'm making jokes because I'm scared out of my mind and I don't know how else to react, is not really characterization that animation, voice work, and scripts in video games before this usually had the. Usually they could not be this subtle unless you were playing a PC RPG that also had prose, right? That had a really, really rich script. It couldn't often be communicated via the animation, and it was very rarely communicated by vocal performances. Again, some of this stuff may sound silly, but I think that a lot of the success of this game comes from, if this had been a TV movie, if this had been a movie, let's say first. If this had been a movie, I think it would have been a little bit underwhelming. Like, this would have been fun. It would have been a cool movie with an interesting twist at the end. Not an interesting, but like a fun twist at the end. Just a fun romp. A fun time at the movies. It wasn't going to change your life. Wasn't really going to probably be something that anybody was saying, this is my favorite movie ever. But it would have done decently at the box office, and people would have remembered it. Some critics would have lambasted it for being lame. Other people would have said, whatever, it's fun. And there's no damn Indiana Jones movies anymore, so we got to take what we can get. Which takes us back to, in a minute, where Joey and I had the conversation about National Treasure just up ahead in that clearing. But, and if this was like a TV movie of the week, the script is a little bit above that level, and the production values, the location shooting, the costs are definitely way above that. I would compare this, honestly, more to something like Romancing the Stone in many ways than I would to Indiana Jones. But, I really do think there is something to be said for how much the proceedings of this game are elevated by interactivity and by being a video game. Some people may mock that because people like to deride Naughty Dog and games like the games that Naughty Dog makes as being these, borderline cutting the player out, tightly scripted experiences where you don't really get to interact with anything. I think that's kind of unfair because there's plenty of action games and shooters where it's like really all you can do is walk forward through the level. Granted, there are sequences where it can be frustrating in these games because they expect you to perform a very specific way, and if you don't quite understand exactly what you're supposed to do, you can get kind of tripped up by it. And that's something that all the Naughty Dog games kind of have issue with. Except, of course, for the Last of Us games, because usually in the Last of Us games, there aren't as many action set pieces. It's slow enough paced that there's not a bit where you have to, like, kind of interpolate the script as it's happening in front of you. Though this is something that Noah Campbell-Gervais, who has not reviewed the Uncharted games, but did reviews of Last of Us 1 and Last of Us 2 a while ago that I really like, talked about, he kind of compared them to something from Ready Player One, from the book, not the movie, where there's basically a type of interactive entertainment in the book. It's a little bit different in the film, as I understand. I haven't read the book or seen the film. In the book, there was a thing where the characters basically recreate a scene from war games, and they get points and win by how closely they mimic the original performances, how closely they get the lines and stuff, right? And basically, Noah makes a comparison to that with The Last of Us, where The Last of Us is kind of a derivative HBO limited series or drama movie about zombies or whatever, but in many ways it's like, okay, but the genericness works in such a way that if you're familiar with the material, you know the beats, and you're kind of playing the character without being able to literally read the script ahead of time, so you don't know what's going to happen next necessarily. You don't know how the story ends, but with enough genre savviness, you're kind of playing along with this experience that you've seen before and you're familiar with. And in that same vein, I think that there's a lot of moments that I see people get really, really hung up on with the Uncharted games where they get killed in what a way that they perceive to be cheap or unfair because they don't know exactly how to respond to a set piece. Whereas for me, by the time that I'd played Uncharted 2 a couple of times, moving on to 3, then 4, then Lost Legacy, and then back around to playing this, though I played this before I played Lost Legacy, I think. Whatchamacallit, I think I've never really had problems with the scripted, what am I supposed to do sequences, because I've been able to interpolate a combination of what is movie action logic of what's supposed to happen now, and based on camera cues and how Naughty Dog's design usually works, what am I supposed to do now? So the sequences usually don't wind up frustrating me very much. They wind up being too difficult for me. I don't wind up experiencing that many cheap deaths. So the intended effect of it feels... Because, this is something that's a problem with a lot of video games, where something can feel really, really tense and exciting, but once you die, that tension and excitement is undercut. For example, until you see what the game over screen looks like, and until you know where the checkpoints are, and you understand the rules of how the game functions, dying can be a much scarier prospect. Once you've died once, it's not as scary in a game. And this links around to an experience that I had playing the original Metroid Prime, which was that I did not die once during the initial sequence of being on the space station, going through the boss, and then doing the epic, exciting turn into a little ball and roll and escape and get back to your ship sequence. And when the whole place was counting down to self-destruct, and I was rushing through all those pipes and stuff, and I'd beaten the boss and I hadn't died yet, I was so deeply immersed in Samus's boots, her robo boots, as it were, that the situation really did feel dire and exciting. And if I died once or twice and I knew what the checkpointing in the game looked like and what the game over screen looked like, it wouldn't have been as effective. And similarly, sequences in this game, like we're going to see in a minute, where the scaffolding all starts to fall down and you have to run and run and run and jump over all the ledges and stuff. And there's not as many in this game, but sequences we'll see, especially in the later games. These cool set-piece sequences, if you can complete them once without dying, it feels death-defying and exciting. But if you die once or twice, the artificiality of it becomes really apparent, and you can start getting frustrated with, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. How am I supposed to get through this? Which is why these games have such a weird experience. I mean, all games are interesting because experiences are often completely different between different users. Unless it's something really short and controlled, like a Gravity Bone or a 30 Flights of Loving, where every player's experience is probably going to be approximately the same because the game's only 10 minutes long, right? And there's limited options and interactivity available to you. But I think that the experience of going through a cool Uncharted action set piece and never dying, feeling like you got close to dying, seeing that screen fade gray a couple of times, feeling like, did I make that? Was that the right jump that I was supposed to make? Am I making the right decision here? Making it through and never dying is an exceptionally exciting experience. I think that if you die once or twice on those set pieces, though, then the illusion is completely shattered. Is that a Is that an indication that this game design is all bad and Naughty Dog are all failures and this whole style should be abandoned? No, because there's plenty of other, completely non-linear games that have their own shortcomings and pitfalls. No form of art is completely perfect. All artistic experiences have their limitations, and one of the inherent limitations of video games is, you have the player interacting with it as well as the authors of the game itself, right?
Where's all the damn gold?
Sometimes that's a huge advantage because you can create an experience that's completely different from something that would ever be achievable in another medium. Something like Breath of the Wild would be so derivative, uninteresting, and boring as a movie or even as a novel. Even as like a survival novel or whatever. Breath of the Wild would be so lame because there's not enough going on. As an experience of which way do you want to walk now and the weird little emergent experiences and stories that you tell along the way, I think that's a fascinating experience. And I think that
Well, just a few bad deals.
some of the experiences that you can have in Uncharted when it's firing on all cylinders are also really, really interesting. And a lot of the genericness, especially of Uncharted 1, not so much of some of the later games, but especially of Uncharted 1, melts away and is not nearly as damaging to the overall experience as it might be in a movie or a TV show or a novel because of the fact that you're the one living through it, that you are making decisions along the way, even if they're limited decisions. You got to make a decision of when to run, when to shoot, when to get up, when to jump, where to go. Sometimes there may only be one right decision, but if you are on the same page as the developers and you make the decisions that they were, expecting you to make and anticipating, I think these are really special, interesting experiences. They have problems, of course, and those problems are still worth discussing, but I think people who write these games off out of hand as being like stupid or derivative, I mean, generally speaking, where there's smoke, there's fire. It's easy to go, oh, well, that can be disproven by just looking at the box office numbers of the Transformers movies. But I don't know. I prefer not to, even though I think those movies are stupid, I prefer not to just look at it and say, hey, well, the people who are all going to see the Transformers movies are obviously dumb. Because the fact of the matter is that there is something to Michael Bay's style. Michael Bay is not a bad filmmaker. Michael Bay, knows... As someone who's been in film school, I know what bad movies look like. I've made a few of them. It is very hard to get the camera and all aspects of a production firing on all cylinders to actually make something that looks exciting and visually compelling or whatever, right? Easy to mock, but I think that there's a, the fact is that Michael Bay makes dumb movies, but he is a talent. He chooses constantly to work on dumb movies with bad scripts. Maybe he feels that befits his style best, but it's like, especially because you look at people like, I don't know, obviously Hot Fuzz is a better movie than any of Michael Bay's actual movies, but it's an indication of the fact that other talented people, maybe even more talented people like Edgar Wright, are capable of ripping off his style and doing it better. But the fact that Hot Fuzz is legitimately exciting, not just legitimately funny, and it's using a lot of Michael Bay's cinematography tricks and stuff.
We gotta figure a way to clear this debris.
It's, the fact of the matter is that those damn Transformers movies and all those damn Michael Bay movies, there's a reason that they tickle people in the brain in a certain way, and they're exciting to watch. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're good. I still think that people who are shelling out to go see the 7th Transformers movie are probably not the type of people who are really out to have a really enriching, intelligent, dialogue-driven, smart movie-going experience. But you don't succeed just by being stupid, because there is still a craft even behind being stupid, and making movies and video games and whatever else is really hard. Think about the actually, truly, really deeply bad stuff that you've seen out there. Often it's more disappointing to see something that has money and has talent behind it that is still bad, like the Transformers movies or stuff that Michael Bay makes, or the freaking Star Wars prequels, where it's like, I cannot believe that this much money and talent went into making Attack of the Clones, and time. Unlike with the Disney movies, often because I think obviously at this point it's well known that I'm a Last Jedi apologist. But with all of the Disney Star Wars movies, the biggest shortcoming has been that they were, from the beginning, this whole we're going to do a movie a year thing was pants on head stupid. And despite the fact that I like some of the stuff that Disney has done with Star Wars, I still maintain that they've gone too fast, too hard. Not that somehow makes them worse than the Lucasfilm handling of it previously, because George Lucas also went too fast, too hard. Everybody who's like, oh my god, Disney has ruined Star Wars forever, has such short-term memories, because they are forgetting how much of a just complete joke the franchise was in the 2000s. I'm not saying it ain't a joke now, but people who are like, oh man, Disney has ruined Star Wars forever, like, just have legitimately forgotten, wow, Nate, that was phenomenal. Now, why, game, did you think that I wanted to go from here to there and not to there? Ironic that I'm standing in the room where I explained to Joey how the jumps work, and we saw possibly the silliest jump of that playthrough, or so far of this playthrough. Perhaps we'll see sillier as it goes on. But anyway, I gotta double check. I think I remember the order. Yeah, I remember the order. I remember it. We're good. But no, like, I mean, really, all of those new Star Wars movies, except maybe The Force Awakens, because it had actually had some time in the oven. One of the major areas that they suffer from is the fact that the writers had like barely 6 months to put together a screenplay each time. The Rise of Skywalker had even less time, because it was like already almost in production when they decided to completely pivot, change directions, and whatchamacallit, JJ and the other guy whose name I forget, the guy who wrote Argo and Batman v Superman. What a resume on that guy, right? Won an Oscar for Best Screenplay and then turned around and wrote just some not-so-good stuff. But hey, you know what? They can't all be winners. Another thing. I think people think that you're just like, I'm crapping on George Lucas or whatever when I say that the prequels are bad. George Lucas has made some of my favorite movies ever. He's made some amazing stuff. I love the original Star Wars, which obviously was pretty much all his handiwork except for the saved and edit aspects of it. I love American Graffiti. I really like the Indiana Jones series, and I just happen to not like the Star Wars prequels that much. There's plenty of people out there, you know, they're not firing on all cylinders all the time. I still really like the Harry Potter series, even though I think there are some issues in that. And I think that the Lost Cursed Child, or whatever it's called, is a disaster, and J.K. Rowling is a jerk who cannot admit when she is wrong under any circumstances. But I still like Harry Potter. Anyway, what I was going to say is that, like, one of the biggest problems with those damn Star Wars movies is that they had no time in the oven. Like, I remember there was an interview with Daisy Ridley after Rise of Skyman, whatever that damn movie's called.
Wait here while I check it out.
Where I guess I didn't do this with Joey. Here you go. Watch. Check this out, guys. Dead. Not enough water. You die. Whatchamacallit. There was an interview with her after the release of the film, Rise of Sky, whatever. Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, that's it. I legitimately can never remember the name of that movie. It might have one of the worst ones, and that's saying something, because there are very few good titles in the Star Wars franchise. It's pretty much just Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. I think every other title is bad. Where she was basically talking about, like, the plans were changing rapidly, where even shortly before it was being shot, JJ was like, yeah, you're gonna be, she's Palpatine's granddaughter. And then a week later, he was like, actually, we're not sure. We might not be doing that. I don't even want to, like, I thought for a while about a hypothetical rewrite of, Rise of Skyman. I kind of worked on it a bit, where I was like, okay, if I was kind of brought in, like, kind of similarly what I did with Final Fantasy 15, where it was like, okay, let's say we came in, like, towards the end of the writing process and looked at what they had and said, okay, let's remix this using the elements that are available. But as I was working on that, I realized it was probably futile, because I bet that movie was being rewritten while it was being shot. Even when I was even before we found out more stuff about it, when I was in the theater, it was, like, blatantly apparent that there are massive sections of Rise of Sky Dude that were created almost entirely in the edit. I mean, perhaps I'm mistaken, but it felt that way in the theater. It felt like there were scenes that were not supposed to go together, being smashed together, and there was stuff that was missing. Anyway.
I've got this one.
Oh no, crap, I messed up. I don't remember quite why I got on that. I was talking about the fact that those were all written very hastily. What was the point that I was trying to make? Damn it. These things happen all the time. I lose track of what I was talking about. People in chat don't remember. I'm going to have to go back and check the tape in a second here. This is the problem with how my brain functions. Is I'll be trying to make one point, but then I will be afraid that people are not going to understand the point, so I will have to completely back up and like explain a totally separate point and then lose what I was talking about a second ago. 1 second. Let me remind myself of what the hell I was talking about a moment ago. I was talking about Transformers. Right, okay, I think I remember what I was talking about now. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, I remember what I was talking about now. I was talking about how it's often more disappointing to see something that actually has talent and actually has money being squandered. Because I've seen, like, you know, I've seen truly bad movies and short films and truly bad media produced by amateurs, and sometimes it doesn't feel as bad or as embarrassing or shameful as something that is produced by professionals and do have talent. The specific example I was giving was Attack of the Clones being like... I was specifically giving reference... The reason I started talking about the new movies is because one of the biggest problems with how Disney's handled the brand so far is not giving any time between the damn films. There was no time for development. The freaking prequels did not have that excuse. There was a decent amount of space between them, and it's like, how Attack of the Clones, like, how is it still this messy? That one, Lucas even had a co-writer on. There was another screenwriter on that movie, and it's like, why is this such a mess? But yeah, no, it's a,
I think they're people.
I think it's, the point that I was getting at was, like, that people being dismissive of things that are popular, and I think that in any case, you have to, the argument I was trying to make was that, people will say, okay, well, if you want to argue where there's smoke, there's fire, that surely doesn't apply, because there's absolutely stuff out there that is generally considered to be bad that makes money. The Transformers movies, Twilight, you know, whoever the hell knows what else. But the point that I was trying to make is that even those things are not truly abysmally awful, because I've seen truly abysmally awful. What's disappointing about them is, like, hey, Michael Bay actually generally knows how to handle a camera. He's got a lot of issues. He doesn't know how to distinguish between an exciting shot and an unexciting shot. He shoots everything like he's on speed. Everything has to be the most epicest, even if nothing is going on. Everything is loud and bombastic and obnoxious. And that's not just down to... He could have the most intelligent screenplay in the world, and he would shoot it stupid. But he's not untalented. He's good at making things exciting. The Transformers movies are exciting to people. I haven't watched them in their entirety. I've only seen bits and pieces, so maybe this isn't even the best example to be using. Though considering that I commented to someone after I saw The Rise of Skywalker, I said the way that movie was edited and put together, it felt like what I imagined the Transformers movies feeling like, and this person said to me, oh no, Transformers is way worse, not as a positive towards Rise of Skyman. So I guess that means that here's the thing, like, for me, a lot of stuff, when it's super duper exciting and fast-paced and edited, like, it can be unexciting. Like,
Sully, do you hear that?
I've said many times before, one of the worst things that I think you can do for me personally is bore me. I don't care if you're messing with lore of an established series or whatever, or experimenting with weird, like, I just don't bore me. Don't bore me to tears. My problem with the reason that I dislike the prequels and the reason I dislike The Rise of Skywalker is because I'm bored during them for completely different reasons. The, Rise of Skywalker needs to slow down. It's so fast that it all becomes just a bunch of noise, and that's why I think that, though Michael Bay is a better filmmaker than some people, he has no restraint. Everything's got to be loud and obnoxious and fast and zoomy all the time. And that gets in the way of how actually enjoyable and successful those movies can be. To me, I don't know. I guess there are some people out there who really don't care. To me, pretty much the only times that I got into Rise of Skywalker when I was watching it, I've only seen it the one time in theaters. Pretty much the only times I got into that movie was when it slowed down and it was doing character stuff for a little while. I've said before, like the bit where the crew all falls into the little quicksand trap or whatever. Like a silly, unimportant sequence in the movie, but like I don't know. I was having like it was fun to slow down for a minute because up until that moment, the movie had no chill at all. There are only a handful of other moments like that in Rise of Skyman. Maybe that's part of why I like Uncharted. A lot of people complain that there are really lengthy sequences where there's really not much going on except walking around, characters talking, and platforming that's mostly automated and not really interesting. But I like the breaks. I like the gaps between the shoot bangs. You need that juxtaposition. And of course, you can accomplish that in ways that some people would argue are more interesting. But to me, it's like, you know, the guided railroad set pieces and the guided walk through this environment set pieces and occasional physics puzzle solving of a Half-Life 2 honestly are really on about the same level to me as the lengthy, not much going on platforming sequences of Uncharted. So anyone out there who's like Uncharted is a fake video game and Half-Life is a real video game, honestly, I think they're doing very similar things just through different filters and presentation styles. Can I jump into the water from this height and live? Yes, I can. Haha. Take that. Speedrunning tech. Yeah. I would hang out and check out this environment more, but Joey and I went through it pretty slowly in the first place, and the fact of the matter is that I know as soon as we're dealing with enemies, this is going to start slowing down significantly.
I'm in.
So
Something nasty.
I kind of want to rush through the bits where I know that I can get through it quickly to save a bit of time. This is a preemptive time save. But yeah, so that's just I think that that was all a really long-winded way of saying that I think that people who are dismissive of Naughty Dog's movie games are being a little bit silly and maybe even elitist about video games. I mean, if every video game was like this, then yeah, it'd be awful. You say, well, Jacob, isn't that just proof that it's bad? No, because if everything was like one thing, it'd be awful. And one of the best things about video games is that they lend themselves to so many different types of experiences because they're so much less restrictive than a book or a play or a TV show or a movie, because really video games can be all of those things because the presentation style is virtually unlimited, and it can be things that none of those things can be. And I think putting video games into any individual box would be unhealthy for the medium. Putting it into the strictly interactive, experiential, systems-driven thing with, be it minimal or even extensive storytelling, whatever, putting it into the strictly movie game aping, put it into the, you know, because, I don't know, like, I've personally never really been one for, like, abstract, artsy-fartsy filmmaking. Maybe that's just film school has really jaded me to the entire thing, I don't know. But, like, I'll sit through more of an artsy-fartsy, experimental, like, we're going to try out some really weird mechanics and game design concepts experience. I think it's way more interesting in video games than it is in movies. Like, oh wow, you messed with the camera in an interesting way and created some weird surreal visuals or whatever. Ooh, master of cinema you are. I think creating really interesting, evocative, experimental, interactive experience is a lot more interesting and difficult.
I'm in the captain's quarters. Get this. He's still here.
Still here?
Supposed to mean.
Yeah, looks like he was killed.
Oh my god.
Actually.
They killed him, and now they're gonna kill me! Oh my god!
Check his wallet.
You're all hearts, Sully.
You mean that dust effect? Minor little things. It really is the little things in this game of, like, just, like, if it was in a movie, it wouldn't be anything, but the trouble they went to try and put it into a game, which now people are really slamming that because of, like, the level of detail on display in something like The Last of Us Part 2 and the accusations of crunch and bad work environment and stuff of, like, did you really need all of this?
Looks like Drake and our German pals.
And often in these types of experiences, I am inclined to go, okay, you could have cut something. Like, you could have maintained this, but cut some stuff out. Like lots of people have talked about Red Dead 2. Like, you could have cut the whole island excursion section of that. And then I think about, like, Last of Us Part 2. Did you really need the absolutely insane Ellie gets into the little boat and rides out into the ocean towards the pier and the aquarium sequence? Like, how much money, how many months, how much crunch did that? Like, you could have cut that. You could have kept in people, like, actually taking their shirts off on screen and your incredible lighting effects and subsurface scattering and all that kind of garbage. And you could have also had people have a slightly better... You could have cut some stuff here and there. It's fine. Anyway, obviously, didn't want to talk about stuff that we hadn't gotten to yet in the playthrough with Joey, but now we can. This bit is insane. These men should all be skeletons. The reason they are not skeletons is to leave behind forensic evidence of the Zambambos. This is the earliest hint of something supernatural, that he was apparently ripped to shreds by something, right? The problem with this is... again, he should be a zombie, so there shouldn't be any evidence anyway, so this is a pretty ham-fisted way of communicating this. But, like, what do you mean there was a zombie? What happened? So there was a U-boat base on the island where the El Dorado was, and these guys got killed by a zombie on the U-boat. But it seems to be established that you don't get turned into a zombie when you get attacked or bit, because these dead bodies are here, and they're Nazi. They're still not, they didn't get turned into Zambambo monsters. They look like normal people. So it seems like it's strictly by the spread of the toxins. But then again, wouldn't you have to be right next to El Dorado to get the toxins? So maybe the Zambambos secrete the toxins, or maybe the bite does transform you, but maybe it takes too long. Like, it's not as fast acting as when you inhale it. So if they actually kill you in the attack, you don't have time to transform. What's going on here? So, like, I guess, did someone who was infected but didn't know it get onto this U-boat, leave, and then they turned in transit and killed their crewmates after they had time to get far enough away from the U-boat base to get to here and go upriver and get stuck, and then he transformed, and then he killed everybody? Or did the boat pilot for a while? What's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Why were they coming here to where the statue was taken from, but they've already... So wait, did they find this first, and then they tracked it to the Spanish settlement, or did they find the Spanish settlement first, and they built the U-boat base there, and then they discovered there's something weird going on here, and then someone was sent here, like, reverse engineering the trail to try and figure out all this? Because that doesn't seem necessary. This plot line, ladies and gentlemen, is ridiculous. It's ludicrous. And this is one area where... maybe this is just my built-in, like, I feel the need to defend people sometimes. Been a lot of, we were talking about a second ago, like, I like George Lucas, even though I think he's made some really bad movies. I think he's also made some really good stuff. I think he's a pretty smart guy. He seems like he's pretty talented. He just makes a lot of, I think that the Star Wars prequels do not play to any of his strengths, and they kind of became weird ego projects. But the, what I was getting to is Neil Druckmann. Everybody was like, wow, The Last of Us is great. Then The Last of Us Part 2 came out, and people were like, he's the worst writer ever. This is the worst story of all time. How could he have ever conceived any of this? Just because he did something different? He wrote something that was really, really derivative right up until the very end. And then at the ending of The Last of Us, it does something interesting. And then he tried to write something that actually reckoned with what the hell happened at the end of that and really explore some interesting themes. And it's uneven. I still haven't played the entirety of The Last of Us Part 2, so I don't want to pass some kind of definitive judgment or even my own opinion on it, because I haven't played it experientially every single second, but I know basically everything that happens in it right now. And it's like, people are like so fast to go, he is the worst ever, he's a terrible writer, how could we have ever been fooled by this? When he wrote the best Uncharted story, Uncharted 4, I like Amy Hennig. I think she's a good writer of dialogue and of character stuff. The plotting in the first 3 Uncharted games is not so great. 2 is the best of the bunch, and even it's not airtight. You really get the sense that with this game, there are massive gaping holes of things that they didn't get around to making, of stuff that was being cobbled together as they went along because they were pushing into completely new territory, completely new technology, and they were having a hard enough time just getting the game to function, let alone getting it to tell the story properly, right? Not to suggest that story was an afterthought on this game, because I certainly don't think that it wasn't. You see what I mean about the performance there? I was talking about that earlier. That was the moment I was referencing.
Now, whoa. Come on, Roman. He's got nothing to do with... Sully! Sully! You son of a bitch!
Boy, things sure worked out well in the end after this whole situation, didn't they? What a miraculous sequence of events that actually wound up with pretty much everything working out well for everybody. At least in the short term. Obviously, the goons all lost eventually. The bad guys and goons all lost eventually, but for now, it was alright. Alright, can I not fall off the cliff this time? I did it, haha. What do you think of that, baby? But, again, I don't want to talk too much about the later Uncharted games. Like I said, we're not going to talk about those until we get to them. So I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't, who's going along with us through the research runs experience here. But there's a real sense that stuff is just missing from this game. It's hidden very well, but it really feels like this was meant to be something larger, and there's just holes, and there's stuff that was kind of come up with as they went along and had to string together. After certain decisions were made, they couldn't go back and redo them, so they were just stuck with what they had, right?
And we're next if we don't get out of here.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Please tell me you have a gun.
Of course.
Demon King said, the first game had a lot of backlash for taking the decision away from players and for Joel's decision. Honestly, people just want views. Yeah. Frickin' people who are like, should have had a, why couldn't I? People like, what do you, shut up. That's not what this is about a character. This is about a character who does very specific actions. I don't know. This is another thing where people are like, is The Last of Us 2 trying to make me feel bad for killing people? No! It's saying that Ellie is bad. It's not saying you're bad for participating. This is a story about Ellie. This is not, everything is not Spec Ops The Line. This isn't guilt-tripping you. Everything is Ellie's decision. Chill out. Just because it's a video game and bad things happen in it, it does not mean that it's some kind of automatic condemnation of the player. That's something that's gotten really bad, is now because we had stuff like Spec Ops The Line that's like, hey, look, gamers, sometimes ridiculously bad things happen in video games. Now, anytime anything ridiculously bad happens in a video game, everyone leaps to is this a criticism of the player? No. What if it's a story about, this is one thing where video games are really suffering, unfortunately, is that everything in the narratives is often becoming too much about the player, where there are stories that are worth experiencing and being told in the medium of video games, but the people are, like, really just, like, way too thoroughly filtering through the lens of, is this about me? Same thing happened with Final Fantasy VII Remake, of all things. Not to get into that too much, but there were a lot of people who are like, are the ghosts supposed to be me? Is this meta commentary on the fans? And I don't think that was the case at all. I think the ghosts were more of a representation of, like, the feeling of weight that, like, that the developers felt, of, like, the burden of expectation of how do you do this? How do you remake something? I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is such an interesting, like, I can't imagine the existential terror of being, like, imagine you're Kitase, right? And you've been making video games for, what, 40 years at this point? 30 years? And you've made so much, and you've put so much into your work, and you've done so many things throughout your career, and everything that you've done, it just keeps coming back around to, hey, will you do that thing you did once before again? Will you just do that one game you did in 1997, but will you do it again, please? And now imagine you're getting older. You're old enough that you're not even directing the entire project. You're producing it, probably because, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm willing to bet it's, maybe it's even health reasons. He's older. Maybe he can't spend that much time and that much stress on projects, right? And what if you're getting a bit older, and this might be one of your last really, really big things that you get to do? God willing, Kitase and all the guys who are involved on Final Fantasy VII will be around and making games for years to come, but you never know. Like, Imagine just hypothetically that the last big thing that you do is doing something that you did 25 years ago again, right? Imagine how weird that would feel. I don't think the ghosts in Final Fantasy VII are a representation of fanboys. I think they're a representation of the feeling of expectation on the developers of, can I be free enough to do something interesting, of these expectations that are placed upon this weird project that they're working on. And the ending of that game is really more about them saying, we're going to shirk this entire, like, we're gonna just, I want to do something new. I want to do something interesting. I want to experiment. I want to go out there. I want to do different stuff. That's how I read that anyway. But anyway, yeah, that was off topic there for a second. So I got onto The Last of Us and then similarly got onto Final Fantasy VII. Not everything weird that happens in a video game is a commentary on the player, folks. Major shortcoming of this game is that you cannot shoot in the air, which I was trying to do there. If I could have shot in the air, he would have died, but it wouldn't let me. What? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? What? Wait, what? Huh? Okay, fine. He got deleted. Don't worry about it. It's cool, gamers. We could be pro Fortnite gamers. Ah! Puddle Jumper. Imagine you're Nomura and you find out you're director of the Final Fantasy VII remake via a PowerPoint presentation. I'll do you one better. Imagine you're Tetsuya Nomura, director of Final Fantasy Final Fantasy 15 and the Kingdom Hearts series. Final Fantasy 15 is completely changed into something else due to outside intervention and then taken away from you. And during that process, you've had to go through completely different changes in management at the Walt Disney Corporation and completely different handlers of your series who have completely different ideas about what this little franchise that you're working on should be, what it can now be allowed to do, so that plans that you had for future games and future brands and involvement have to constantly be rewritten based upon the whims of executives who entered into the company and who don't know anything about video games, period, much less about your video game. And then along the way, you're told via a PowerPoint presentation that your next project is remaking a game that was already made previously. I'll do you one better than finding out via a PowerPoint presentation. Alandi says, it's amazing how no Disney remake explores what it means to be a remake of a popular thing. FF7 had to be released due to it. That's what I was talking about in the FF7R news video that I just did a bit ago, of like, it's like, it is so fascinating to me that after 5 years of disaster zone of remakes, FF7 of all things is the game that decides to get existential and reflective about what it means to remake something, and people had the audacity to get upset with it. I don't know. I mean, like, whatever. If you didn't like Final Fantasy VII Remake, then that's fine. But, like, this is all stupid. It should have done the exact same thing. It's like, I guarantee you those are the same people who are complaining about the live-action Disney remakes and Jurassic World and Star Wars and everything else. And it's not like Square has stopped making original stuff either. FF16 is on the way. There's a new expansion for Final Fantasy XIV coming. Like if it was more like Disney, where it feels sometimes like their entire output of original material has been completely hijacked by this crap. Which isn't even necessarily true, because they're still making a lot of interesting animated television, and animated feature films just take a long time to make. So it's kind of an optical illusion that it feels like they've just completely stopped making anything interesting. But it's I don't know. I just think that's a really interesting thing to kind of reflect on.
Scum of the earth. No offense.
None taken.
Do you have a good memory?
Yeah, why?
Demon King, don't people become part of the live stream? Could the Whispers just be the planet's voice people in the live stream? I'm talking about what they are in a metatextual sense, not what they are in a literal sense of the plot of Final Fantasy VII.
The bastards killed Sully. Damn it. If the Spanish found the treasure, they had to...
They go into, like, Red 13 explains what they are in lore in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm talking about people's metatextual butthurt over, is this making fun of me? That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, this isn't gonna be a vacation, you know.
I can take care of myself. Besides, you owe me one.
I suppose I do.
Alante says, "Wow, I didn't realize how early Sully died. He's memorable for how much he appears. Then again, his character may be somewhat ham-fisted in one note for all the scenes he is in." This is something that's interesting about Sully, is Sully was like a popular character among the Uncharted fan base, which is remarkable to me, considering most people didn't play 1, and he's in 2 the least of all of the games, except the ones where he doesn't appear, and that was the one that people played, right? It's really only 3 where Sully becomes, like, a real character, which is also where he becomes badass, by the way. I love, again, talking about, like, characterization and animation there. Having Nate eye roll in the background while Elena does her camera shtick, which she performs differently from the rest of her normal performance, right? The actress, that is, who plays her. It's a, I know these things sound obvious, but there's things that did not happen in video games so much before the late 2000s. But yeah, no, it's interesting to go from Uncharted 1 Sully, where he's only in it for really those 2 levels there in the jungle, or 1 level, and it's basically just, I'm a dirty old man, sex joke, on to Uncharted 2, where he doesn't have a ton more going on, but at least he feels like kind of, until the end of this game, where he does get to feel like part of the crew again, but you're barely with him, because you see him for a second in the library, then you're in catacombs by yourself, then you go with Elena into the vault, and he's stuck outside. You don't see much of him in this game. At least when you hang out with him in 2, he feels like part of the crew. He feels like a fellow treasure hunter more so, as opposed to like this weird old man that Nate drags along. It really isn't until Sully becomes like an awesome character. 3, we'll obviously get to it eventually, or at least hopefully we will. Who knows? I mean, 2's gonna come out. Who knows what'll happen after that, though? Who knows what'll happen with the channel? I don't want to put ominous signs out there or whatever, but it's like, you know, things could stop anytime, unfortunately. It's not like I'm making a living off of this. So who knows what'll happen in my life or Joey's life or anybody's life. But anyway, if we get to 3, I have huge problems with 3, but it's some of the best character writing, at least, that Hennig did for the series. There's also huge problems with character writing in that game, but we're not talking about 3. We're not talking about 3. I never noticed how much Nathan Drake looks like Tom Holland, says Puddle Jumper. JG says Disney remakes, Final Fantasy VII remake, Kingdom Hearts remake soon. Call the Gamers Joint HMK stat. Hell yeah, dude! The ultimate Final Fantasy and Disney crossover would be a Kingdom Hearts remake.
On a burning plane. Plane is missing. Most likely dead. That's great. Great start, Nate.
It would feature unnecessary weird wokeness being shoved in. Like that, like they would try to, like, deliberately to try and make Kairi less of a damsel in distress, even though she's unconscious for half of the thing anyway. They would try to make Riku, like, less creepy, even though that defeats the purpose of his character. He should be creepy. That's the point. This is quite the statue. I don't know why it's out here. I don't know who built this out here. There's buildings and stuff around here, but there's not, like, a lot of stuff out here. Is this, like, supposed to be a graveyard or something? It's just kind of out of the way? What structures were meant to be out here in the middle of nowhere? I don't understand this place, this jungle that the Spanish inhabited. Hell yeah, I love that door. That's my favorite part of the whole game. I'm blasting through this at Sonic speed, boys and girls, so if you haven't watched the original playthrough, there's going to be stuff that is absolutely chuckle-worthy that we're just going to kind of breeze past today. Demon King 45 says, feels weird how Nathan acts in this game compared to 4, the only one I've played. Yeah, the Nathan in this game is pretty different, even from the Nathan in 2 and 3. Because, again, I think that a lot of this was just, like, out of a desire to make a Indiana Jones-type, adventure-type video game, and there wasn't a ton of consideration given to other than the immediate needs of this plot and to make it feel grounded. And for the purposes of this plot, in order to make Nate feel kind of different and purposeful within this plot, they wrote him as like, I need to get we need to get out of here and live, until it was we need to go get Sully and rescue him. But even Uncharted 4 Nate is pretty different from 2 and 3 Nate. Nate is, like, it's interesting, because it's not like he's completely rewritten in every game. His characterization does have a certain degree of consistency, largely rooted just in how Nolan North performs him. But he's kind of functioning on different wavelengths in each game that he appears in. But to be fair, he's going through different parts of his life in each game that he appears in. It makes sense for Nate to behave kind of completely differently in 2 and 3. Sorry, in 3 and 4. Ouch. Alright. I hate cover. Cover is stupid. I forgot. This is the thing. This is the thing, folks. This is why when I went into the playthrough with Joey, I did not remember or should demonstrate a lot of the cover jank, because I had just finished up a crushing playthrough, so I learned to never use the cover ever, because it's the worst. We need girl boss Kyrie, says JG. I'm just seeing the freaking Lindsay Ellis video where she's talking about freaking Lion King remake. And it's Nala's a girl boss, and then it starts playing the "This is my fight song" or whatever the hell that song is, and the freaking text blasting girl boss. No, that's the thing, though, is that she wouldn't get to be a girl boss because she would still be unconscious for the entire thing and not get to do anything. There would just be weird, like, half-hearted script elements to indicate feminism and self-awareness, but the plot wouldn't actually be altered to reflect this wokeness. That's the issue. That's the problem. Damn you, damn you, damn you! Ah ha ha! Okay. Yatta! Yay. Damn you. Damn you! Whew. Alright. Okay. Now, I need more firepower. Yipes. Where are you? I see you. I'll use you. Chaos control! Why am I using cover? Why am I using cover like a chode would do? Nope. All right.
Take him out. Shoot to kill.
Yeah. Yeah. Tried. Yeah, this is Kyrie would get this is exactly what I'm talking about. Kyrie would get a new musical number saying how powerful she is just before she loses her heart and goes unconscious. Precisely. That's what I'm talking about. She would not actually get to be a girl boss. There would just be weird, half-hearted comments about her being a girl boss. There's a distinct difference. Nate, what was that roll? Damn you. There we go, got him. He dropped an AK. There's another AK over next to him from the first guy. Run, 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 run! Come on! Yeah! Okay. No! Nate, stop. Hammer time. Alright, okay, alright, okay, alright, okay, 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 okay. What am I doing? Idiot fool. Do not expose yourself like that on your own crushing difficulty now. You're playing a different ball game now. Come on. No, Nate, stop. Oh my god, cover sucks. Cover sucks. Cover sucks. It's the worst. Please stop. Ugh. God. Who would be the de facto sexist character who facilitates the woke retorts from our protagonists? Riku, Sid, Phil? Probably Sid. Sid would fulfill that role pretty naturally, honestly. Sid already is that in FF7 original, right? Sid would absolutely fulfill that role. Yeah. Sid would be that guy. I don't think it would be Riku because they'd have to downplay, like I just said a second ago, they'd have to downplay how creepy Tom Holland does Sora. They'd have to downplay how creepy, like, they would downplay all the creepiness involving Riku and Kairi. So he would not be that guy. Especially because they know for franchise purposes, he has to be a popular character later on, you guys, right? That fans love him and he's going to be popular in the future material, so we can't make him creepy here. It's going to completely ruin our franchise plans. The reason I turned down the music is because I figure there's not a lot of music during this sequence of the game anyway. I might as well turn back on our hangout tracks, you know? Why not, right? What are we going to listen to, though? I don't know. Oh, yeah, sweet. Next one, we present to you Kingdom Hearts Remake, the first gay character in the whole franchise, a random Moogle. Yep, he'll be in the background in one shot hugging another male Moogle. How can you tell that it's a male Moogle? You can't. You gotta read the visual guide. This is the worst run yet. Now, Phil, somebody else was like, yeah, Phil would also be that character, would be the one giving our characters the opportunity to make their woke retorts. But Phil only appears in one part, whereas the Final Fantasy cast are essentially reoccurring, so there's a greater opportunity with him. Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate, please. Please refill your gun and put bullets into it. Okay, I need to start playing this like a real gamer would do. Damn it. Oh, wow, he's moving fast. He's wearing blue. He's wearing the color of fast, and I have no ammo. Give me your 2 times ammo, please. I need that. Thank you. Stop! Please! No, please. I don't want to die. God, I'm getting hit in cover. I hate this game. Nate, why do you, when you animate around, change your reticle position? This game is so terrible. Please stop. Free me. Nate, that was not what I wanted you to do. I ship LeFou and Random Moogle. Love it. Bobcat, if they remake KH1 during the ending, when they're closing the door, if you squint hard enough, you'll be able to see Aqua in the background. Absolutely. Gotta put her there. Gotta put her there. People are gonna ask where she is if you don't put her there. Didn't kill! I don't want that anywhere near me. Oh, wow, it even killed... That explosion got that guy, but the grenade that I threw right next to the first guy did nothing. There's no guns anywhere! Nate! Nate, why are you like this? Stream got choppy when I turned on the music. I think that was purely coincidence. I think that was just an unfortunate coincidence. Give me that. I need that. Thank you. I'm gonna die in the middle of the animation. And in a KH remake, Shimamura's music would be destroyed. Yeah, probably. It'd be the other two guys who worked on Kingdom Hearts... The other two guys who worked on Kingdom Hearts 3 and wrote the most generic, awful stuff. I don't want to... I shouldn't be mean. Some of their music isn't terrible, but most of it's not great. Might as well try and stealth kill these damn guys. That didn't even kill! Nate, stop sticking your whole ass body around! I gotta rethink how I gotta remember how I play this game on crushing. I don't remember how this works anymore. So in this difficulty, are the enemies spongy, or is it just the lack of ammo and guns? You do get, I think there's, I don't know if there's actually less ammo than in base game, because you already get very little ammo in base game. I know that Brutal makes the bullets, like, shockingly sparse, but honestly, the main thing is just that you die super fast. The enemies are slightly spongier. They do take a bit more damage than they do in, on normal difficulty, but it's actually not as bad as you might think, because headshots are still fairly effective. The actual big problem is, God, I just want to go backwards. I can't. The big issue is just that you take so much more damage. Enemies are a little bit spongy, but they're not as bad as you might expect, honestly. And ammo scarcity is always an issue in Uncharted 1. Sure, it's elevated a bit on this difficulty, but I don't think it's because you get fewer bullets. I think it's just because the enemies are tougher. Brutal, you'll pick up a gun and it'll have like 2 bullets inside of it. That's the clown difficulty for ammo. Nate, run. Move fast, you dumbass! Oh my god! He's slow as molasses. Bitch! Hanging out back there is a death sentence, but I do want to have the option of mobility back there, and I don't want the ability to just be creamed by a random barrel. Nate. Oh my god, what was that? Anson's mass killings would be justified as he had a really sad backstory, poor him. They're already in the process of doing that. It's too late. They're already doing that right now. It's called Dark Road. Jokes aren't funny if they're real. Damn you! Well, like, man, I was a crack shot if I was aiming for that barrel. I wouldn't even hate Brie Larson as Aqua. She's enough of a nerd that she would probably go play the games. She would probably go play the games instead of just being like, oh, I'm adapting a thing, whatever. Like, I don't think Robert Downey Jr. probably ever... I mean, Robert Downey Jr., don't get me wrong, does a great job as Iron Man. I seriously doubt he ever stopped to read an Iron Man comic. Brie Larson would absolutely go play the entire Kingdom Hearts series, because she's a freaking gamer. But you, I think you could legitimately, like... I don't know. Here's the thing. I'd take just about any actor playing Aqua over... Any actor who's willing to commit to the material would be better than what we got in the games. Any actor who's like, yeah, I'll play this character and, like, emote and try to actually commit to what's happening in the story would be superior to what we got in the English dub of Birth by Sleep. What's wild is that is her name Willa Holland, the lady who plays her in the games? Like, she actually does it for a few minutes in 0.2. 0.2 is like, oh my god, do I like Aqua? But it's only like 2 hours long, and then Kingdom Hearts 3 happens, and it's like, oh, never mind, I don't like her again. In fact, I think I might like her even less now. Damn you! Heal. I'm getting closed in on right now. Oh, come on! I was trying to shoot the barrel, and he absorbed my shots! I was trying to get a twofer, and it did not work. Nate, that was the wrong way to go around cover there, buddy. God. Again, there are plenty of decent actors in Kingdom Hearts. It's that none of them are committed to the material because it's well, number one, because after the first couple of games, it's not very good material in the first place, and I don't think the localization department cared too much. But it's like, here's the thing: actors want to have interesting stuff to play. Actors want to play characters who have stuff going on. They want to have an opportunity to act. The characters in Kingdom Hearts don't get to act. They get to read weird exposition that the actors don't care about. Like, what's a replica? What's a Castle Oblivion? That's why I was making the point about Brie Larson, is that she should probably go play the games, and she'd be like, wow, this Aqua character's neat, and she'd probably try to actually get into the character's head and commit herself to it. Look, people make fun of Brie Larson or whatever, but I mean, she's a decent actor. She commits herself to characters. That's all I ask for. Because that's what Aqua's missing. It's just an actor who cares about the material. And an English direction, for that matter, who actually care about the material. God, you dude. Why are my brutal combos not working? And then the gun flies 10 feet away! I did a brutal combo and then I don't even know where it is! This game is a masterpiece, my guy. There we go, alright. Actually got a few damn bullets now. Now, next question. Are you gonna kick your own ass or should we do it for you? And if you're giving me the option, I suppose I'll kick my own ass, thank you. As long as you're giving me the option, I suppose I'll kick my own ass, thank you. God! It's gonna be a long playthrough, boys. It's gonna be a long playthrough. So JG says, I love all the voice acting in FF7 Remake except maybe Sephiroth because they all had a character. Yeah, that's something that's interesting. Like, I think that working on FF7 Remake, especially as one of the main characters, would have been really fun because there's a lot of nuance going on there. And, you know, I assume from the way that's being worked on, like, you know, the people who are doing localization on FF7 Remake have probably played the original game and know what's going on, right? There's tons of moments where you can sense little bits from Barrett and Tifa and Aerith and Cloud where it's like they're absolutely reflecting on something that hasn't happened yet, or as something that happened in the past that we don't know about that hasn't been covered yet in Remake. And that really adds a richness to the performance, and I imagine it made them a lot more fun to play for the actors. Though, specifically I want to comment on Sephiroth. I have kind of an interesting perspective on that. I know some people don't agree with me. I think that what they're doing with Sephiroth is interesting, because previously, other than, like, I shouldn't say, other than Lance Bass, but Lance Bass wasn't really, didn't really perform the character. He just did a couple of battle quotes. The way that Sephiroth's been performed previously in Final Fantasy VII has always been emphasized on his, like, his godlike Darth Vader-ism of his I am antagonist man. Whereas in reality, Sephiroth was like a guy who, granted, probably never a normal person, but who, like, had a fan club and was a public figure and is like is supposed to be like 27 years old or whatever, so I'm not sure that he would necessarily sound like an evil ghoul. I think that voicing him to sound slightly closer to like a human being is an interesting choice, because we haven't really done Sephiroth that way before. Is it gonna work in the long run? Is it gonna pay off? I don't know. I think I understand what they're doing though, because I've always thought it was weird in Crisis Core, where Sephiroth is like presented as not a normal person, but not like a freakazoid planet-destroying murder man at least, but he's still performed like a freakazoid planet murder man, so that when he does his transition to I'm going crazy now and I'm gonna blow up the planet, it doesn't feel like anything, because he's talking like the same way that he was beforehand. That gave me 2 times ammo even though I did a Fast and Furious. That was bizarre. I did hit triangle, but it didn't seem to register. Damn you. Damn you, distant fog, hiding the enemies from me. I need ammo. I need guns. I need guns with which to shoot the bad guys before more of them come. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me guns. Give me ammo. Stop it, Drake. Don't stop that, Drake. Stop it, Drake. Stop it, Drake. God. If I could just get out of cover, I could freaking move and it would be okay. This is honestly one of the worst fights in the entire game because the cover is so bad. Because you can get shot behind almost all of it. And it's too narrow to do what I normally do, which is the don't press O, just peek. I can't do that, but if you actually get in cover, number one, the cover's bad in the first place, and number two, it's all too narrow, so you can just get shot around it. It's terrible. Awful. Once we get through here, things will speed up slightly, especially because I will also get back into the groove of playing this on Crushing, hopefully. Nate, stop. What on earth was your idea there, buddy? Oh my god, I did not press the button to throw that third grenade. It like stocked an input from 3 minutes ago. That was terrible. Well, not from 3, you know, from before. Like I pressed it 3 times to throw the first grenade and it stocked it. God, that's terrible. The grenade throwing is so unresponsive. You have to hit it multiple times to get it to throw, and then it stocks inputs. Not good. Anybody coming from this way? Anybody charging me I need to be aware of? Got that one. He's down. I should have waited 5 seconds longer and I could have gotten that guy too. Not 5 seconds, like 2 seconds longer. I thought he wasn't going to run over. I thought he was going to keep trying to shoot me from the left. That was a mistake. I should have held off on blowing up that barrel. I could have gotten 2 of them for the price of 1. Actually, for less than the price of 1, because it was just 1 bullet, which is normally not enough to kill. Oh my god, stop! Jacob Huff says, what if you stayed in that back area? If I stay in the back area, I don't have enough bullets to kill everybody. Also, they can still shoot me from up above.
Just about had it with these guys.
Yeah. Trust me, I've come back here a couple times and I still get killed. No, I mean, like, that's why I'm trying to get back here in general, so I know this is the best place to be, but it's not like a win button, unfortunately. Okay, are you gonna throw a grenade after you finish that? Okay, I tried to hit grenade throw and it did not cancel his reload animation. Then I was afraid I was gonna accidentally throw a grenade into the wall in front of me. Oh, I don't have a grenade. That would explain why I'm not throwing one. That would explain why I'm not throwing a grenade when I hit the grenade throw button. Hey, it could be worse. We could have to throw the grenades with 6-axis, and they could actually be a completely different inventory where we have to hit up on the D-pad to select them, instead of just pressing one button and using them easily. Oh, are we done now? Are we done? Was that it? The evil is defeated. Look, the problem is over. The shotgun guy didn't come down, did he? Or did I kill him from a distance and I never found out? Or am I about to walk forward and the encounter's going to continue and I'm going to get headshotted? There he is. I don't want the shotgun. I was just trying to figure out what was happening. That was the first true hurdle of crushing, ladies and gentlemen. We passed it. Let's move on. This level will be a little bit easier for the next couple of minutes. The next few encounters will hopefully not give us nearly as much trouble as that one. Good job, Nate. Great jump. There we go. Yeah? Oh, see, that doesn't work both ways. Well, it didn't work on my end either, apparently. Neither of them even got hurt by that. How is that even possible? Explosion hitboxes in this game are just never as big as you would expect them to be. Alright, is that going to trigger them since I pulled up? No. Okay, am I inside now? That's gonna trigger him? Come on. Come on. Be tricked. Be tricked by my schemes. Be tricked by my clever, rascally schemes. No, darn. All right, whatever. Damn you. I'm about to die. How is the guy directly behind me not killed me yet? There he goes. He finally got around to it. And remember, Crossburn, this isn't even the hardest difficulty, because in Remaster they added Brutal. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, they ran too fast, so that didn't even matter. I was trying to suppress them so I could take care of the guys on my left. Okay, and it stocked another grenade input, so I threw one where there's just nobody. That was fun. Okay, well, that guy decided to run in front of me, which I appreciate. Makes my life a bit easier. Thank you, gentlemen. If this is a later game, I could just do a melee over the cover right there, but that will not work in this one. One of the biggest issues with this first game is just that melee is so bad, so your up-close options are really limited. Blind fire and melee are both really bad, so you can't clown much. You can't do many. You gotta spend a lot of time in just picking at people from the distance. The later games have a bit more freedom with how do you approach things, because Nate has a lot more. Nate is a much more lethal human being in the later games. I don't have any grenades. I tried to get forward to that grenade, but that was a bad idea. I should have known that was not gonna work. Come on, Nate. You can do it. If I could mod... Ruby Knight says, if you could mod any KH game, what would you mod in which game? I mean, like, you're talking, like, realistic mods? Or, like, do you want to, like, do, like, a real overhaul on something? Like, how much can we cheat here with this fantasy made-up mod? That was a pretty wild... My gun was up ahead... Like, literally, physically was ahead of this rock, but it hit it anyway. Look at that. That's incredible. Nate's literally curving the bullet like Wanted there. That was amazing. I'm pretty impressed by that. Get down, Nate. God. Honestly, this is gonna sound weird. I would love to put a semblance of some, like, I would love to put KH2's moveset into KH1's maps. Yeah, I'm shooting the wall instead of the guy. KH2's moveset into KH1's maps, maybe with KH2's, some of KH2's enemies. Or maybe a playable Kairi and Riku in KH1. I don't know, something like that. I'm having the absolute worst luck with grenade throws on this encounter. Well, I mean, just in general. Grenades in this game are just bad. They're not responsive. Their hitbox is weird. Grenades in this game are not good. Again, like I said, Nate is just so much more lethal in the later games. So much easier to... So many more options for fighting that just are not in this one. Okay. Crossford said, Jacob, I would love to put a semblance, ... into Kingdom Hearts. Damn you, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put Ruby in my mouth. That's not fair. I don't want that in there. It tastes gross. Nate, get down. What is wrong with you? Killed one of them. Get that one, hopefully. Come on. Thank you. Come on! Oh my god! Did you see that they made Penny human only to kill her an episode later? Permanently this time. They took the only good character on Ruby, brought her back to life after killing her once, just so they could turn her into a human, the only thing she's ever wanted, and then kill her again, just so they could kill her for real this time. Rooster Teeth sucks. I guess I should... Miles and Carrie suck. Ruby sucks. I hate it. It's awful. What a garbage show. That's the only thing I've seen about Ruby for the last season, other than they turned Ironwood, the only other good character, into a villain. Ironwood, the only other character, is a villain now because he's a man, and men are evil. I normally don't listen. I normally am not on this, like, grr, anti-SJW thing, because I don't think like that, and I don't mind that Ruby is a show about cool girls or whatever, alright? But it's just really weird that, like, Ironwood's only crime in the current seasons was initially was being pragmatic. He tries to make good plans to try and do things. He tries to do the best that he can in a stressful situation. He trusts Ruby and the main cast, and they lie to him, and after they lie to him and withhold critical operational intel, then he has the audacity to not trust them anymore, and he starts to become extremely stressed and make bad decisions, and then the writers decide he's just evil now. I shouldn't have even said that he's evil because he's a man. That's not fair. It's just really, really weird that they took a cool, sensible character who for the first several seasons is just saying the right thing all the time. Like, their perspective on, like, all of the decision-making in Ruby is based around, like... You'd think the story would be about these characters who are kids becoming soldiers and learning, like, hey, you know, sometimes things don't always work out. But the story seems to be, no, Ruby is right because everything always... We need to save every single person every time. The lesson should be, no, Ruby, you can't always save everybody. But no, every time that somebody I'm not saying that what Ironwood was trying to do was a good idea, because he had a lot of bad ideas. He had a lot of terrible ideas in the last season, eventually evolving to, apparently in this most recent season, I don't know the details because I haven't watched it, apparently he literally just wants to drop a bomb on the entire populace of Mantle or something, to blackmail them, to get Penny to do something related to a virus. I don't know. I haven't been watching it. So I'm not saying that, like, he was making good decisions toward the end or whatever, clearly, but my point is that they turned him into turned him into a villain because he was trying. Initially, it was because he's trying to be pragmatic. Then he becomes crazy. But that's the point: is that they're trying to frame pragmatism as crazy antagonism. And the good guys are good because they need to save everybody, and no one gets left behind ever, ever, ever. The only reason they're even able to do that is because of magic world-breaking shenanigans at the very end of the season. Again, from what I've gathered, I have not been keeping up closely with it, so I probably shouldn't even be getting too upset because I don't know the details of what's going on. But God, I can't believe they freaking brought Penny back, the only character who's, like, consistently likable, only to turn her into a human to fix actual relevant plot problems that they set up in, sounds like, a relatively intelligent way. They have an interesting little loophole, they turn her into a human, woohoo, and then she just gets killed. What was the point, Rooster Teeth? What was the point of this character? Just a cheap, heart-wrenching, no, girl, the cute girl died. Shut up. You suck. The only inadvertently good moment, again, I haven't watched it all, so I've only seen bits and pieces and heard people talk about it. The only bit that I've seen from the recent season that was, like, inadvertently good is a bit where one of the villains, whose name I don't even remember, basically calls out, I don't remember this character's name either, because she's awful. I shouldn't say she's not the main bad lady, she was the main bad lady, but now she's been relegated to villain number 6. She should have been killed 5 seasons ago. Cinder! Her name is Cinder. Yeah, so she's awful, and has been consistently awful for a while. And there's a moment in the new season where basically one of the villains gives an epic speech on why she's awful, but, like, how do I put this? It doesn't feel earned within the context of the show, because I don't think that the writers were, like... It took them 8 seasons of her being terrible to have a character call her out for being terrible, which leads me to think that I don't think they realized that she was being terrible, especially since they unkilled her 3 times. So maybe they're gonna unkill Penny too later, who knows? She died at the epicenter of magical nonsense, so maybe she'll come back, who knows? I honestly don't care. That's why I'm not following it anymore. I just saw a handful of things recently. And somebody damn got me started on damn Semblance. It's not my fault. Ugh, why did I leave that position? It's true, Ruby Knight said, actually, she didn't die for anything. She died to give Jean character development that's gonna happen next season. That's exactly right. Now Jean has had 2 redheaded girls. Now Jean has had 2 cute redheaded girls die in front of him that he got to cry about. Jean sucks too, but they all suck, so that's really not... The only characters who are good are the characters that the writers don't like Ironwood. Ironwood was cool. He felt like the only character in the whole show with a brain and humanity, and for those crimes, he was turned into a villain because he wasn't optimistic enough. Again, don't take everything I'm saying right now with a grain of salt. I haven't actually watched the recent seasons. All right, I'm getting out of there. I've had enough of that BS. I want to have cover I can actually peek around, damn it. I need walls I can stand behind and peek around. This is the only way to play this game. I keep forgetting. What are you doing? You're grabbing your side. Did I already shoot you a bit? You hurt somehow? Sorry, I couldn't help you with that. I thought for sure there was somebody behind there. Did I imagine it? Alright, I need guns. Lots of guns. Come on, come on! And then I'm similarly going to retreat out of the next room. After I trigger it, I'm gonna back up, and I'm gonna let them come to me. Damn it! Oh my god, Nate! Anyone comes around this corner before I get my health back. God, I didn't get through the door fast enough. Oh, I thought I can kill one of them when they come around the corner. Surely, I can at least pull that off. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. That was a mulligan round. Don't worry about that. Crossburn says, yeah, so much of Ruby made more sense once I learned that Jean was voiced by one of the writers. Yeah. Clears up a lot. Greencap's comments, what's really confusing is that Miles is only the head writer, is one of the head writers because he wrote the best 3 seasons of RVB, while Ruby is just unbelievably terrible. I also think he's genuinely funny in other appearances. Too bad RT has been making questionable decisions for years now. I think that Miles and Carrie are both really good comedy writers. I think the first 3 seasons of Ruby have some genuinely funny stuff in them. I liked it. I liked the first couple. The reason I dislike Ruby so much is because it was like, hey, this could be really cool. The first 3 seasons are basically just jokes with Monty Oum fight interstitials. Then later on, it becomes drama with bad fights, so it's nothing. Just becomes a completely different thing later on. And that's not going to affect anybody because they move too fast. Oh, wow, it still killed him somehow. That was incredible. That didn't kill? Damn you. Grr. That was sloppy. Ammo run. All right. We're not going to get greedy this time. We're not going to kill one guy when he comes around the corner, or attempt to and fail, rather. We are going to kill the one guy who will be waiting for us at the end of this hallway, probably. Did I already kill him? Wow, that one bullet, I guess, took him out. Nice. All right. All right, folks. Here's what we're going to do. So I can see the door, and there are no mistakes. I doubt they can flank me by coming up there. So I'm probably okay to just look this way. If they flank me, then this will be a whole other thing, but, and then I can just back up to the next door. It's alright. That everybody? Cool. Part of me wants to catch up on the last few seasons of RWBY just to see how bad it is. The other part of me has my self-esteem. Yeah, that's why I ducked out too. What a roller coaster that was, though, right? Of like seasons 1 and 2, kind of a mixed bag. Then season 3 is like simultaneously worse and better. Like season 2 is like this is kind of okay, and then you get to the end, and it's like, that was terrible. Who wrote that? That was awful. That was a decision that like a human being made for a script. But like the rest of it's like kind of okay, I guess. Then you get to season 3 and you lose. There's only a handful of Monty fights in there because he passed away. But like there's some decent, like it feels like the plot's finally moving, and there's a couple of decent fights, and there's still some good comedy, and you're like, this is all right, I guess. And then like there's some really bad bits in it, but then there's some really good bits too. And you're like, okay, maybe the show's like finding its footing. There was some really uneven, weird stuff at the ending of the season, but there's also like the plot has started happening, so you know, who knows? I guess I'll stick around and see what goes on. And then like the next season is like, season 4 is like, hey, this is pretty good. Is this show getting good? And then season 5 is like the worst thing ever. And then I stopped because I was like, okay, this is officially not worth it. Officially not worth it. I would say that the shotgun will not serve me well in this next bit because everybody's going to be at long range, but honestly, pistol's going to be better than AK anyway. Nate, oh my god. That was a choice, buddy. Green Caps. Did you see they're putting Grim Eclipse on Switch with no updates besides a new costume for each of the girls and all the DLC outfits for free, yet they have the gall to call it definitive? I saw they were putting it on Switch. I was like, that's getting a retail release of some kind? That's weird. I figured that game stopped existing years ago, so I figured they must have done some serious updating to it and expanded it. Guess not. Guess I gave them too much credit. I figured there was new stuff in it. Damn you, Nate. Damn you. Damn you to hell. Damn you, Avatar. Damn you. Damn it, Nate. That was my fault. That was my fault that time. I looked at chat and I got overeager. I don't like talking about RWBY too much because it's another one of those things that's generated this weird cottage industry of YouTube haters that I'm really uncomfortable with and I think is kind of gross. The only RWBY stuff I've ever really watched on YouTube is Celtic Phoenix has a really, really interesting rewrite project going on that is actually quite impressive. In his work on, like, the latest section of it, he actually had a bunch of artists like work on drawing scenes from it and stuff. He has some problems with his writing. There's some problems with the writing, but for the most part, it's pretty solid stuff. I'm actually really excited to see what he does with the next kind of iteration of it. His stuff, Fat Man Falling has some excellent full reviews of each of the volumes. I say excellent partially because he actually, unlike some other like cottage industry hate videos that I've seen, where I've glimpsed in briefly and gone, yeah, no, this is exactly what I thought it was, and then tapped out immediately. Fat Man actually gives a bizarre amount, like, I guess I shouldn't say bizarre. He gives an appropriate amount of credit when the show, like, does interesting or smart stuff, which I appreciate. And often, he actually, remarkably, he does, even in his reviews where he's being really negative towards the games, he does a remarkable amount of work to elevate the material. Like, there's actually scenes in RWBY that I really, really like that I only came to appreciate because of his 3-hour-long reviews that are largely talking about why it's bad. Because there's other bits where he's like, but hold on, though, here's this one scene that's actually kind of genius. So he's like, I don't know, I mean, it's easy for me to say that he's fair from my perspective. Anyway, and then the other one, and the only one that I can really recommend to anyone who's not, like, inside RWBY, is H-Bomber Guy's video on the series. H-Bomber Guy's RWBY video is, if you don't want to spend all day watching, like, Fat Man's, you know, like, because each of his reviews of each season are, like, a couple of hours long, or Celtic Phoenix's, like, overall rewrite of the series. H-Bomber Guy basically does a great overview of the entire thing, and the entire production situation, and a lot about Rooster Teeth itself, in, like, I think an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe 3, I don't know. H-Bomber Guy's video on RWBY is probably the best, like, singular work on RWBY on YouTube. It's phenomenal. It's so good. There really is nobody else who's cutting fight scenes the way that Monty Olam did. It's a shame. I'm not an animator. I don't know enough. Like, I've tried studying his stuff to try and understand it, but I just don't know enough about how, like, animation works. One day, I hope that if I'm ever in charge of an animated TV show or whatever that has a bunch of fight scenes, I'll be able to find people who are really super duper talented and who understand his work more than I do, and we'll just make Monty Olam fights, because hell, sure as crap the folks on RWBY aren't making Monty Olam fights anymore. Good, those guys are gone. Oh my god, okay. Now it's about time for me to have the shotgun. I forgot about that. Honestly, what am I talking about? I'll let him come towards me and then blind fire over cover. Like so. Damn you, Nate. Okay. Okay, my plan didn't work as well as I was hoping that it would, but it was alright. Alright, I believe that's the end of the... Nope, not quite. Because the actual initial encounter when you get here is kind of short. It's after you go up into the plane that this encounter gets a little wild. There's a lot of AKs all over the place. I think I do want to stick with my shotgun for a second. Crap. Damn you. Oh my god. That took out less guys than it did last time. It was right on top of them. Why are grenades in this game so useless? Anyone watching any good anime? I'm watching SS Gridman, very cool. Is what the guy knows what somebody in the chat and Benjamin Persinger? Probably messed that one up. I usually do. I'm going for it, he says. I'm going to charge the man with the shotgun who can see over walls. I feel like I want to say that I watched an anime recently, but I don't think that's actually true. I think the last new anime, that I watched was probably Carol and Tuesday, and that was like a year or two ago now. The last anime I watched in full was I finally finished watching Cowboy Bebop with my brother who had never seen it before, but that was months ago. What? Oh my god, again, it stocked grenade input and just threw a grenade nowhere. I wish the grenades in this game are so weird. They just don't behave like they do in the other games. I wish you could shoot while jumping. If I could shoot while jumping, this game would be so much better. Okay, now. Will that kill me? It won't, because grenades suck. But I suck too, so it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna throw 1,000 grenades, and one of them will land next to a bad guy. I think those random throws that I just did were more effective than any of my targeted planned throws that I've done in this encounter so far. Gah! Give up on crushing mode and stream FF7R. Shut the hell up. We're not giving up on this. Do not shut up. This is going to take a long time, but we're doing it. Whether you guys want it or not. I've beaten this before. I just need to get back into my groove, you see. You've thrown off the Emperor's groove. Crap. Does DuckTales count as an anime? I started watching DuckTales again. I got through the first season a while ago and then kind of stopped. I'm back on that, watching the second season now. I think DuckTales counts as an anime. It's got Japanese music in it, the Moon theme. I just watched the first Moon episode. The Moon theme's in there a lot. That's technically Japanese music. That's an anime. Yeah, I think DuckTales counts. DuckTales is an anime. I've been watching DuckTales. Alright, I'd like to pick up this AK-47, please. Which previously I was apparently always too far away from! I hate how sticky the cover is in this game. It's the worst. Sometimes those barrels have ridiculously large explosion radiuses, and sometimes they don't. I don't know what to think of explosions in this game, except to not trust them a lick. Okay, safe, relatively speaking. It's all relative in this game. Not using the damn cover system, that's for sure. I'm just gonna stand. I'm gonna awkwardly stand behind this wall, and you're gonna like it. All right, boys. The era of awkward wall standing. That's why the beginning of this game is so hard, honestly, on crushing, because there's so few, damn you, pieces of cover that are big enough or tall enough to stand behind. Later on, when we're in, like, sections of the game with buildings and crap, you can do your normal, peeking, and it's fine. Here, it's awful. It's just terrible. Well, I would keep the shotgun, because honestly, it's useful, but right now, there are about 20 AK-47s scattered around, which means I can probably fill up, and I'm afraid they might despawn if I lose in the next phase, so I think I'd rather go into the next phase with a guaranteed full AK-47. I can pick up more shotguns later. Excuse me. Keck 69. Shotgun. More AK sitting around that I'm overlooking. Pistol's full. He automatically gets on that rope. You don't have to press X. I think it's probably one of the only things in this game where you don't have to do that. Where he just kind of gets on his own. Grenades? Hell yeah, I need that. Thanks. Onimax, yes, you can shoot while jumping in the other Uncharted's. Yikes. Watch out, Nate. Don't fall out of that plane. Gotta act fast here, boys. It takes a minute to close distance on these fools. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. Still more coming from this direction, because eventually they will start coming from behind me. And the first time it happens, I'll probably die, because I won't be ready for it. And I will not be able to transition to another piece of cover fast enough. Alright. We're not playing it risky. We don't peek our head out of cover until we are fully healed, boys and girls. There we go. All right. Next phase. Yeah, get out of cover. I don't want you in cover. I don't want you in cover. I don't want you anywhere near cover. Hate cover. F cover. All my homies hate cover. Now I'm in trouble. Now I'm in trouble. Nate. Okay. So with these 11 shots, I will finish it. I will not finish it with these 11 shots. I will take the shotgun and I will get close and I will finish it. And don't get cocky. There could be more. Alright, now let's be careful not to get killed by this dumbass. There we go. Alright, safe. Yeah, I'm working on it, game. I'm working on it. Actually, hold on a second. I gotta go back this direction. I'm gonna try something real quick. Can you climb back up into the plane after the encounter? I feel like I might have checked this in the past, but I want to see if you can, like, explore around inside of it outside of cutscene territory. How much freedom do you have when you go back up here? Oh, it doesn't let you climb back in. You can get to the top of the rope, but it does not let you climb in. All right, whatever. So you'd have to do it right after you get spat out of the cutscene if you wanted to. Oops. Looking at chat. Almost threw Nate off a cliff, but that's okay. I didn't quite do it because I'm just that skilled. You see, folks, not every fight in this game is going to be an ordeal. Especially, I honestly think this gets easier on crushing later on because, like I said, you have more tall, wide cover. If it's short, you have no choice but to, you know, hit the cover button to get behind it, right? If it's narrow, then usually it's not good. It's not even good when you hit. It's not good when you hit O or when you try to freeform it. You're just too exposed for it to work properly. How did that not kill? Oh my god, stop. No, 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 no. Barrels, barrels, barrels. Ah. It was gonna be so easy. They were gonna walk into the barrels, and I didn't have ammunition. Okay, that's fine too. Oh, crap. I didn't kill that time. Sure. Okay, sure. Sometimes it's a stealth kill, sometimes it's not. Don't worry about it. Not fooling around this time. Come on. Come on. Oh, God. Jacob, what is your opinion of the Tales of games? No opinion whatsoever. I tried watching playthroughs of a couple of them and bounced off of them hard. I just wasn't interested. Like, they weren't bad, but it was just like it was taking too long for it to get anywhere for me to be interested. So I really have no opinion whatsoever. Have not experienced enough of any of them to have formed an opinion. Aw, crap. Oh, we didn't get to see that in the normal playthrough. Okay, well, fine. Let's just do this then. Let's do a real mix-up. Let's wait a few extra seconds, and maybe that guy will have turned around in this dimension. That time it was instant. Where's this other guy? Damn it. This third guy who... Okay, he's directly on the other side of the wall. Damn it. That woke up the grenade launcher guy somehow, though. Not gonna get to use my damn barrels anytime soon. I have to be able to... When they become aware, I have to be able to go around and shoot the barrels and kill all of them in one shot. No, take me. Take me. Take me. Take me. Video said he wants us. Jacob, how excited are you for Triangle Strategy? Got a whole video on that. You can go watch it and give me an ad roll. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw this over here. And testicle twister this guy, except it didn't work that time. Take me. Okay, clearly I cannot rush here. I gotta wait 5 seconds for that guy to reposition. Look out at the ocean. Enjoy ourselves for a moment. This view of the ocean isn't so bad. There are spots in this game where, as I commented during the playthrough, you can really spot the repeating textures. It's obvious when you look out in the distance, but up close it's not nearly as bad right here. I guess it's just about how the lighting is hitting it. Alright. Oh, now he's moved on too far for me to probably even stealth kill him, unfortunately. I waited too long that time. What in the hell? What is this sorcery? Complete role reversal on that one. I don't know where anybody is. Where'd all the bad guys go? They didn't come through until I walked forward. They don't come through. They don't come through with an alert. They come through when you walk. No, I blew the barrels around early. See you later, Aldi 22. I'll die. I don't know. I'll die 22. Sorry, folks. I know I constantly butcher usernames. That guy wakes up so fast. Okay. Full ammo in all guns before I walk forward, knowing that they apparently will not advance until I do. Did that kill any of them? Did that kill even a one? Didn't kill a one of them. Not a one. Walk over here. Walk close to me. And I'll shoot this barrel. I promise I won't shoot this barrel when you walk close to me. With your gangsta style. Well, you know what? I didn't break my promise. That pirate did not make me a liar. That everybody? No more assholes? Nobody else wants to clown with Nathan Drake? The Destroyer? That's why we have this theme playing now. Sure, whatever. Just kill me. I don't even care. I don't even know where I am in what phase of the fight I'm in. Who's here? Who isn't? Okay, these guys. Let's go. I did that so clean last time. I'm never going to get as many multi-kills. Actually, oh, okay, I did all right. So I guess there are a few more guys who only advance when I walk forward. So I'll take the grenade launcher forward and be ready for them this time. And I did nothing for me. And now I have no ammunition, no long gun. I'm toast. I'm toast. I'm toast, boys. Alright, heal. Then I'm going to go for the AK that's immediately to my left. Nate, you son of a gun. Okay, here we go. Boy, I gotta tell you guys, the contrast between this and some of the later games in the series, especially once you get to the 4 and Lost Legacy, it is quite remarkable how much just... I don't spend all games screaming, Nate, you son of a gun, why would you do that? It's a real improvement. Two times, thank you. All right, there we go. Mission accomplished. That was the last of them, right? No more surprises? No more ambushes? Please, please, please. I just gotta make sure I don't get killed by a tripwire. Void Dust says, how bad/good are the Uncharted Vita games? There's really only two. There's really only one called Golden Abyss. I really can't comment because I have never played it. There is another Uncharted game on the Vita, but it's like a card game. I don't want to speak to its quality one way or the other because it's a card game. Again, also haven't played it, so wouldn't know. Unfortunately, Golden Abyss is one of those games that requires the touchpad stuff, so even though I have a Vita TV, I can't play it, because the Vita TV only plays certain Vita games. It is not compatible with any of the ones that use touchpad features. Apparently, if you jailbreak a Vita, you can mess with it to get around that and still download some games that require touchpad. I guess maybe you can use the touchpad on the PS4 controller or something to get around that. I'm not sure how it works. I never looked into it that deeply. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time hanging out and checking out the scenery, except that Nate's not going to do what he normally does when he rolls, which is catch the outside lip. He's just going to throw himself to his death. That's fine. Especially because the combat encounters are going to take so long for this playthrough. I may wind up rushing through some of the scenic parts. Oh, I see. Nate, you sure do have some magic jumps in you, my guy. Some of them just don't quite make any sense to me, honestly. Blap! Yikes! Wow. Damn it. Ugh. Sometimes I get 39 out of that, sometimes I get 40. I guess it's semi-random, some of the ammo drops in this game. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Why wouldn't it be? I actually wanted to have the AK, but that's fine, game. It actually miraculously worked out. I thought it was going to kill me, but it did not. All right, let's go. Here, come on. Damn it, come on. Because the guys directly above me can't shoot me. That's the important thing. Less opportunities for these assholes to get me if I'm right up against the wall. It's getting to the wall that's the tricky part. Alright, here we go, 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 here we go. This is the real video game now, boys and girls. Come on, there we go. Nope, still not dead. Okay. You see what I mean? This gets a little bit easier when you have more workable, I don't need to press O to use it cover. Gets much more workable as the game goes on, ladies and germs. I'm gonna run downstairs, pick up some extra ammo that I just kind of avoided because I was busy trying to not get shot. I'm sure some of those guys had AKs that I shot before. One or two of you must have had something valuable. Come on. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, did I blast a guy on the opposite side of this wall and then not pick up what he had? Looks like there's nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the Uzi, which might be a bad idea. Is it a bad idea? I'll live with my mistakes. I choose to live with my mistakes. I choose to move forward and accept the things that have happened to me. Did I see ammo or gun? Okay. My mic stand's kind of here. I'm going to reverse this. There we go. Now I can see. Now I no longer have the triangle prompt. Literally, the central kind of point on my... Hello? Camera. This thing has an autofocus. It's not so good sometimes. The little thing that controls my mic here has a central kind of axis where it turns, and it was positioned in such a way that literally the spot where the triangle prompt appears was completely blocked from my line of sight. So was not useful for seeing if I was walking over ammo or guns. Sorry. Treasure was back there. Yeah. No, not so. I remember having a conversation with Joey about a Magnum back there, but that's not where a Magnum is hidden. This feels very Pirates of the Caribbean, this little bit here. Damn you. Just gonna let them come to me, I think. Surely they will. Eventually, some of them will come. There we go. I was expecting you. You're a big enough target that even with the Uzi, it's pretty effective. So you see, folks. Crushing can be difficult sometimes. Sometimes they just shoot you and you die, and there's not much you can do about it. One could argue that the semi-randomness of whether or not you can get hit by 7 bullets and live, or 1 bullet and die instantaneously, is actually a fairly realistic representation of bullet damage in real life. Sometimes you die in 1, sometimes miraculously people survive 20, you never know. I mean, I'm not saying that you should take that as a, like, hey, let's go get shot, because apparently I have a chance of being okay. That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't take it that way, please. Video City 1, speaking of, how's Captain Jacob doing? I really don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. He wouldn't shut up about the PlayStation Store last time I saw him. It was a very brief exchange. Anybody? Wish I had more AK ammo, but I'll make do with this Uzi. I was kind of banking on him staying back in this room and me walking around behind him, but he was actually more ready for me than I anticipated. But I still dealt with the problem. I dealt with the problem like an adult would do, and it was no big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it one bit. Right, first Magnum opportunity is in this room. I remember now, of course. Duh, I knew that. Silly me. Can you kick this gate open from the inside or anything like that? No, this is just for flavor, huh? I mean, that's fine. I like flavor. If only I could get through this door. If only there was a zip line. Uh-oh. Don't fall down. Just a second, boys. Just gonna mix it up a little bit on the music here. What was that about, Nate? Come on. Stop clowning around, Nate. Don't have time for your tomfoolery here. Trying to make a show, all right?
Buka pintu.
Siapa ini? Bicara sekarang.
Sialando. Cepatan buka pintu.
Speak in English now. Let's all speak in English now. Whoa! We're not safe inside here, boys and girls. That didn't kill? The guy on the gun has a weird hitbox. It's like parts of him are protected by the gun even when they're visible. There we go. Alrighty, I think that's all of them. Take this back, thank you. Magnum was almost empty anyway. There we go. Very nice. Very smooth, in fact, I would say. You guys got anything useful for me? I'll take that, thank you. I'm working on it. Oh, sweet, I got the arm glitch. Check it out. I did it again. Woohoo, it's totally I don't know how to repeat it. I've repeated it somehow. Hell yeah, dude, we did it again. All right, now, how did I fix it last time? Was it a roll? Or was it like a gun switch? I don't remember. I'm going to try not to fix it, though. Was it by aiming that fixed it? I'm going to go as long as I can without doing anything to fix this is what I'm going to do. Hold on. Does photo mode kill it? Photo mode does not kill it. Okay, we're learning here, boys. Jumping does not kill it. Rolling fixes it only temporarily, as it did last time. This is fantastic. I can't believe I got this again. Oh, okay. Complex landing animations fixes it. Never mind. Darn. I already screwed it up. Sorry, guys. I was going to try and keep that one for a while, but I messed it up. That's my bad. I'm such a disappointment. Grr, I'm so mad. I'm going to blow some stuff up. He didn't hear that explosion, I guess. That's fine. Boy, there's a part of me that is sorely tempted to go into this next fight with the grenade launcher, actually, but the dominant part of my brain, be that left or right, I don't know which one. There's a part of me that says yes, but there's a bigger part of me that says no. Okay. All right, boys. This could take a while. Strap yourselves in. Oh man, love those plumbers.
Son of a bitch, where'd they all come from?
No, stop, not yet. I need to at least make like a 30, I need to be in here for like 30 seconds. I can't embarrass myself that thoroughly. Come on now. Good. Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure they come in right where I'm standing right now, so that was a good move. I'm glad that I did what I did there. That grenade was useless, but that's okay. They usually are, it seems. All right, sure, that's fine. I won the exchange. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Anybody drop any ammunition around here that I can pick up and use? Come on, somebody's got to have some guns. There we go, thank you. Okay, Uzi's not really what I wanted, but I'll take something, I guess. It's better than nothing, after all. Am I going to ace this? Why did I say that out loud? Why did I say that out loud? I'm about to lose. I'm about to get blindsided by a guy with a shotgun I didn't know existed. Oh my god, you guys. Gamer mode activated. Undefeatable. Crushing skills have returned to me. The rest of this playthrough is gonna be a breeze. I won't die a single more time to anything other than glitches or random BS. My gamer mode is now activated. There is nothing left but to win. The only thing standing between us and the end of the game now is time and commitment, boys. Get dunked on. Ba-bum, bum, ba-bam. Dee-dee. Video City 1, so when are we getting any LEGO playthroughs? I would love, actually, I think it'd be really fun to do playthroughs of some of the older LEGO games, but unfortunately they're all like Windows XP for the most part, and hard, if not impossible, to boot up on modern stuff. And I know people mean like Lego Star Wars and crap, and we've talked about that in the past. But unfortunately, with our limited filming schedules, I think goof, haha for the lols playthroughs are unfortunately always going to be kind of backburnered and or never done because we have so little time to make stuff in the first place. I kind of want to prioritize, like, the actually really interesting stuff and, like, the main things that I want to do, unfortunately. I wish we could squeeze in a LEGO Star Wars and more goof-around playthroughs, but I just don't think it's going to happen so much, unfortunately, with our current filming schedule, as it were. Okay, I guess I needed to wait for that to load in more before it registered that I could actually do it. Okay, maybe not. Let's swim away and swim back. One more time, Nate. There we go. Good boy. That's a good question, Nate. All right, this part's fun on crushing. Let's see how it goes.
What's so important about that tower? Oh, son of a bitch.
Crap.
Whoa, I'm going for it.
Thank you for calling out I am going for it, so I know exactly when you're actually going to attempt to charge me that way. It's actually very, very useful call out. They'll also sometimes, if you pull the trigger and it clicks, they'll go, he's out of ammo, and then they'll stop hanging out in cover and push on you. Which you can actually juke them out that way because you can pull the trigger on an empty sidearm or primary, like, and then switch to another gun that's loaded. Like you can empty out a pistol and then draw them towards you, and then whip out a shotgun and blow them away from behind cover. That's a legit tactic in this game. All right, boys, this part's gonna be fun. So much so that I think I'm gonna need this jam to pick up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Run, 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 run! Ah! Damn it. That was not like a sniffle. That was an involuntary but through my nose when the guy from above shot me a second ago. Damn you. Okay. All right. Okay. But what if? Okay. Shortcut. Ah, damn it. Not worth it as a shortcut. Crap, I'm dead. Woo! Good job, Nate. 10 out of 10. That was fantastic. I literally can't get through this door when I'm aiming because the camera is like hitting, it's like creating an extra hitbox or something. I'm not skinny enough to get through. I become wide Nate when I aim. Truly I am the Donut Drake. This box is the only truly safe piece of cover up here. Every single other one is too skinny or at a weird angle and you will get shot behind it. Those other two columns back there that look like they should protect you, they are not truly safe. Unfortunately, this is destructible, so we can't stay here long. No, Nate! No, God! Oh, I had it in the palm of my hand. I didn't kill the first guy. Well, the first guy died in 2 shots. Fantastic. Oh, why'd Nate fit through the door very easily that time? 1 shot, down. So that's why the sponginess, because they are slightly tougher on this difficulty, but it's not the end of the world, because they are still, like, occasionally the headshots will still just bam, 1 hit, so it's not consistent, unfortunately, but it's better than you might expect. I'm not convinced those guys even spawn in until you get to the top of the stairs. Wide Nate can't get through the door. Well, I hadn't actually died like a pathetic little guy in the courtyard so far. I'd gotten shot in this little corridor previously, but I don't think I died out there to that guy yet, so that was a new pathetic death. Well done, Nate. Me. That wasn't Nate's fault, that was my fault. That seemed like death. All right. Seems like the grenades are a waste of time. That might have actually worked that time. Now, Nate, don't stick your whole ass body out. Thank you. I'm in trouble. Yep, I'm in danger. Here, I need to use the corner of the cover, unfortunately. Here we go. All right, all right, all right. Go. All right, okay, okay, hold on. All right, all right. Almost got it, almost got it, almost got it. There we go, done. All right, cool. Whew. All right, that room's bad. That bit's pretty bad. Got past it. Heartbreak, it keeps. Heartbeat, heartbeat, twice, then heartbreak. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. It's a winch, Nate. It's a winch. Whee! Good boy. That's some good adventuring. What does it have to do with the tower, Nate? This is another subject of curiosity in this. We didn't talk about too much, is how any of the stuff that Nathan Drake of the past, Sir Francis Drake of the past left behind, got to anywhere in the present. Because we found this map, right, inside of the German U-boat. We found the diary at the bottom of the ocean in the coffin. So, but he died here in a vault surrounded by Zambambos. So were these documents all made before he came to the island? Because some of the stuff that's written on this, like, oh, the Spanish used this heart symbol to mark the treasure vaults. The Roman numerals. Maybe these were clues he picked up before he came to the island and he wrote down, right? But why did he put them in a coffin at the bottom of the sea? Or this? Here's the coordinates of where I left my coffin with my secret journal in it in an age when scuba diving is inconceivable. If he wrote any of this on the island, how did it ever get off the island? And because presumably that coffin was dropped by him as part of some kind of scheme to hide what he was on to. But why did he need to drop a coffin containing his own journal with his own documents of the... The mysterious presence of the Zambambo on the German U-boat is only the tip of the iceberg on this story, not really making a ton of sense when you scrutinize it for more than 5 seconds. Everybody's supersonic racing. I don't know why Video City 1 said that in the chat, but now I need to say it. Everybody's supersonic racing. Interesting. Just want to check something. Oh, he did it first try that time. Good job, Nate. That is the thing about doing a playthrough of this game, is that, like, you know, you gotta luck out for a lot of the jank. And we got a good amount of jank on our playthrough, which I'm fairly happy with, because I want to show more stuff going wrong than less, frankly. Hey, check it out. There is the tower we're going to go to in a minute. The balcony we're going to walk out onto with the spyglass, and there's going to be 2 guys hanging out down here who will shoot one of them, and he'll instantly die, and the other one will aimbot us with a grenade launcher. Memories. Memories of future events we haven't gotten to yet. Whee! No, supersonic racing is not a playthrough idea. No, we're not doing that for a playthrough. Yes, you can't go around the outside lip of this for whatever reason. You have to drop down and go through the inside. Benjamin Persinger? Benjamin Persinger. Again, I'm sorry if I'm butchering these. Aggressive mix, question mark? So, most of the area themes in Final Fantasy 13-2 have two variations, a standard variation and an aggressive variation. Basically, a calmer version and then a more up-tempo, like enemies in the area or fight music version, right? This version, and often on the actual, in the game, they just transition at appropriate time periods. On the actual album, most of the tracks have a build-up that then transitions into the aggressive version, which means if you just listen to, say, the normal version of the New Bodom theme, right? If you just listen to that track on YouTube or whatever, it'll have this weird build and then got cut off harshly because it's supposed to feed into the second half of the track, which is the aggressive version. So this is New Bodom and New Bodom aggressive mix together as one track. I can't believe I did that freaking water room. I can't believe I did. This place could use a good plumber on my first try. I'm quite pleased with myself. Inappropriately so. It's really not worth being proud of. All right, first things first. Did he drop a grenade? It looked like he did. That guy threw a grenade. I did not get to drop it and make him drop it. That's okay, though. Hurt that guy, but didn't kill him. I'm almost starting to trust Nate's blind throws more than my arc throws or aim throws, because it seems like he kind of auto-seeks onto enemy positions sometimes. God, I aim here, and I go back in, and since he's undercover, he's over by a foot or two, and I hit a thing, and then I get outflanked and punched in the face. Good job. Alright. Same routine. Grenade launcher first. Somebody blew up that barrel unnecessarily. Thank you. Well, actually, anyone who's outflanking me first, then grenade launcher into machine gun turret. Priorities, man. Priorities. That's what separates us from the machines, our ability to prioritize, or in some cases, our lack thereof. I guess an argument could actually be made that it is specifically our lack of ability to prioritize that separates us from the machines. God, there's a lot of dudes. A lot of dudes been invited to this party. What the hell is that? Am I getting shot from above or below? That looked like it was clipping through the ground. Where the hell did that come from? None of that crap, please. Thank you. Eventually, one of those bullets will hit him. See, now it's transitioning to the aggressive version of the track. He's patient. No, the smarter move than just patience would have been to throw out his gun and say, sorry, dude. You can go on ahead. Who cares? Not worth it. Like that one guy in Iron Man 3. Honestly, I hate working here. They are so weird. You go on ahead. You go on ahead, Tony Stark. Actually, hold on. I do want the... I was going to say, no, I don't want the revolver. But actually, I do want the revolver for this next bit. Now, if I blow it and I miss all my shots, then obviously... That's the risk-reward, right? Is that if I land all my shots, it's a very, very good weapon. If I miss, it's a lousy weapon. High risk, high reward. Good. All right, boys. Crap. Okay. Yeah, that's what blowing it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Crap. Because I still got more to deal with. That's what blowing it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right. Good, good, good. Easy enough. It could have gone worse, but it didn't. Crap. I'm going to die here on the freaking turret section. Did he just fall clip through the ground? No, he didn't. That was just my imagination. Just my imagination. It was totally fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I thought I saw a guy flying. I did not. That was my imagination. But who shot at me then? Oh, you're still alive, are you? And he almost killed me with that one lucky shot. Good job, my guy. Dead. Good job. Please start me at the turret. Please, 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 please. I'm not sure I've ever died at the turret before. Good, it starts me at the turret. Starts me at the turret with a death trap next to it. Does it count as blowing it if you live? Crossburn asks. I don't know. I think there are plenty of people in life who have blown it and still lived. You know, in this video game, definitely living downgrades the degree to which you blew it, but I think it still counts as blowing it. I did get through, and it was alright. It wasn't that bad. Could have been much worse, all things considered. Is that it? Is that all of them? We're good. Moving on. Nothing to see here. Moving on with our treasure hunting. Moving on with our man hunting. I mean treasure hunting. Certainly not just here for the wanton violence and destruction. That is something. The later games, while they still certainly have ludicrous body counts, they do a much better job of, like... We talked about this already in the playthrough, but of just spacing out the shoot bangs with the slower exploration and puzzle solving and story stuff. Some people would argue there's not enough action in, like, Uncharted 4 specifically. I don't think anybody's going to argue there's not enough action in Uncharted 2 or 3, but Uncharted 4, some people may try to levy that argument against it. One of the problems, and this happened with Last of Us Part 2 as well, I saw people accuse it of barely having any action in it because they used the replay encounter mechanic afterwards. Because something that Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, and Last of Us Part 2 have is the ability to open up a menu and select any combat encounter from the game and play it. But when they say any combat encounter, they're actually being kind of vague about that. It's only significant combat encounters. There are significantly more opportunities to die and shoot at people and pick up guns and stuff like that than are actually listed as the significant combat encounters. Plus, I can't imagine the damn... whatchamacallit, I can't imagine doing, like, combat encounter skipping on The Last of Us, because so much of that game is about your resource management between encounters and exploration sequences. I don't imagine, like, I don't know how Last of Us Part 2 manages that, like, in terms of what does it give you when you spawn into an encounter load? Does it just give you, like, full equipment so you can do whatever the hell? Does it memorize what you had when you went into it originally? How does that work? I don't know. Okay, almost dead, and one of them is not dead yet, but that's okay, because he's going to be dead soon, and I'm going to live. Haha, yeah, you see, I told you, I predicted it. Totally called it. I had every confidence in myself. That was why I said it so boldly, because I knew that it would come to pass. This guy have ammo from when I shot him with the minigun? No, he does not. What am I talking about? I don't need ammo, because I'm not going to shoot another bullet until I'm going to get thrown in a prison cell, and I'm going to lose my guns, and I'm going to be in a turret sequence. So it does not matter in the slightest. Totally forgot. I did the same thing. If you go back and watch the freaking playthrough, there's a moment where I'm contemplating whether or not to pick up an Uzi, and I go, oh, never mind. Because I remember, right, I'm not going to fight a single other enemy. It's going to make me pull out my pistol in a second here, but I'm only going to be allowed to fire one shot, and I have exactly one bullet. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so is it gonna fill up my pistol, or is it gonna point my AK instead, or is it gonna give me nothing, and is Elena gonna die? Let's see what happens here, boys and girls. I'm very excited about this. What are they gonna do here? Came to my mind. It leads me to somewhere far away. Distant place. Distant time, fly in the freedom. Give me a full clip, it's fine. Dead. For answers and looking for a clue. There's a lot of things to say. Come on, I'm ready to gamble. It's time to play the game.
Treasure hunter like you? I doubt you're gonna find El Dorado in there.
So obviously I was exaggerating a little bit when I referred to Eddie as being my favorite character. During the playthrough. But one thing that Uncharted is kind of a mixed bag on is antagonists. This is something we won't really be able to talk about in detail until we get to the later games, obviously. Some of the Uncharted antagonists are really good. Some of them are okay. Some of them are absolutely flatlining. One of them being Gabriel Roman from this one. Just an absolute nothing sandwich. Eddie has some of the most life and personality of any of the villains in the first couple of games. Lazarevich in 2 is fun from an over-the-top camp evil McBad guy standpoint, but he's not super interesting. The villains in 3 threaten to be interesting, but then they don't.
Don't flatter yourself, Eddie.
I was about to say they don't commit, but I realized that's not the right word either because they just didn't do anything. 3's a mess. We'll get to that later. The villains in 4, and even Lost Legacy, though, are pretty good. I like the villains in 4 and Lost Legacy.
Is that it? Is that my deal? Die now, or help you,
And die later.
Oh, it's
Tough call, but you know what? I'll take die now.
Die now.
Listen to me, maggot. I was promised treasure on this goddamn rock. And now my men are dying. They can't even go outside to take a piss without an armed guard. And I have nothing to show for it! I am making you a fair offer. You help me find the treasure, and the last man alive gets the gold. And the girl, of course.
The girl.
Sorry, folks, just checking some messages real quick.
The girl's long gone. She's probably off the island by now. Going for help.
Whatever you say, Nate.
Dai Kujing, you were never very good at poker. I will find her. Trust me. How much trouble could one girl be?
Alright, I gotta find good chase scene music really quickly. Crap. Ooh, I would play a Sayonara Wild Hearts track, but I'm not actually sure how long. I'm not sure if it would cover the whole level. Oh, there's another good one in the playlist right here. Ah, tree blocked my shot, damn it. No, they're not, Elena. They're not there yet. They're behind me. I could be shooting them right now if you didn't do this crap to me, Naughty Dog. I mean, Elena. I didn't even do anything to that guy. He just blew up. What was that about? I didn't even do anything to that guy. He took himself out. We made the joke in the playthrough about the guys on trikes will just take themselves out, but I think that was a full-blown truck just took itself out. Elena, could you go any faster in this damn thing? I guess you are kind of weaving through small obstacles here. Yeah, tight corners and stuff. It's fine, whatever. I shouldn't be too mad at you. A second ago, it felt like they were slowing down, like they were clearly just going so much faster than us, but then she started weaving through narrow bamboo trees and stuff. I guess I shouldn't be too mad. Narrow gaps between bamboo trees. Obviously, most bamboo stalks are all narrow. It's kind of the nature of bamboo. Whee! I know, Elena. Right there, you guys may have noticed I have my reticle on one of the trikes, and then it suddenly swung harshly to the left. That's because I was already aiming to try and shoot at it, and then the game rotated what my, like, allowed field of view was in its entirety. So I got forced to the farther to the left of where I was actually aiming. No, Nate! I got shot by somebody I couldn't even see who's hiding out in the weeds. Yeah, whatever you say, pal. There you go. Problem solved. What a maniac. He's having so much fun blowing everybody up. To be fair, he's been given a machine gun and grenade launcher combo. I suppose you have no choice in that moment but to try and have a bit of fun, huh? Well, I actually took them all out that time. We did this in the playthrough. I think there were 1 or 2 still on us when it took control away from me. We did it, gamers. A liquid successfully evaded.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, but you're bleeding.
Yeah, it goes with the territory. Let's get the hell out of here.
I just realized I never started a local recording of this stream, but that's okay. Whatever.
Damn it.
I'll start one now, even though we're close to being finished anyway. Who cares? Ah, well. It seems like there haven't been too many issues with the stream so far, so hopefully I won't even need the local recording because the online version will be okay.
$10 tour.
Oops, wrong one. There we go.
I bet you're working for them too.
Huh? Who? Ooh, the plot thickens, but not really.
Damn it! This guy's crazy.
Eddie, take it easy, buddy.
Well, you're out of luck now. And out of road. Now, give me that map.
I don't feel like it.
All
I
right,
don't feel like giving you the map, Eddie.
fair and square.
What do you say to that, huh?
Don't move.
Relax, Eddie.
Don't move.
Just getting the map like you asked. I said, hold on.
I am.
Well, hand it over.
Well, now, you told me not to move. Looks like you're gonna have to come get it.
Good thing it was 4-wheel drive, or else that wouldn't have worked so well. Yipes! You can see the tire of the truck sticking up there. Now, can I do this without getting killed on crushing? Probably not. I'm probably going to die trying this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Actually, they suck right now. They're not even hitting me. That it? Cool. Sure, I'll take it. That's fine by me.
Okay.
Drop it. Ah, crap. Oh, great. He threw it into his friend, but then I died anyway, so it didn't matter. That would have been so great if I hadn't died. Crap. Whatever. I'm not gonna waste my time killing those guys again. Yeah, Nate's collaborating with the Zambambos. Exactly. Ah, crap. That guy's got a revolver. I can't underestimate him. He needs to die quickly, but I don't have an AK or grenades. So dying quickly is not really my expertise right now as Nathan Drake. Or killing quickly. I can die quickly, but... Ooh, there we go. That was quick enough for me. I was gonna say, I know there's more. Come on. Okay, come on. Come on now. Come now. Come now. There we go. If this was a later game, I would just charge his position and vault over the little cover that he's hiding behind and take him out. Because that's a viable option later. Damn. Should have seen that coming. I doubt I'll be able to take care of revolver guys cleanly as I just did last time. Ah, who knows? I got the headshot on that guy. Nope. Definitely didn't take him that cleanly that time. Didn't take him at all. Clean or otherwise. The one guy I got was clean, but that was it. I don't know if Elena could have gotten through this without my help. It's a good thing I can time travel when I die and come back and help her. Ow. To be clear, that wasn't like a sexist comment. Elena's just never done this before. Elena in the later games, could absolutely do some of this stuff on her own. She'd be okay. She could pull us off. This is small potatoes compared to some of the stuff Elena has to do in the later games. After her experiences later on in the series, she would be totally fine. Come on. There we go. He'll take care of himself. Thank you. Okay, come on. Pick up the grenade. I'm hitting the button. Pick up the grenade. Shouldn't be that big of an ask. Come on. There we go. Thank you. You're hiding behind ferns. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm the fool. I thought I'll just shoot through those ferns, but nope, they were invincible ferns. Actually, that guy was the smart guy, and I won on literally the last bullet. Nope, there's still someone left. There we go. Now it's done. I want the revolver. Thank you. And I'll pick up another one in the next area. Come on. This is, I talked about this during the playthrough a bit, but I really do think that this is kind of the section where the game really gets a lot better. Because the wandering around through the jungle and you know, castle and stuff is like, it's not anything special. It's pretty generic. It's pretty generic, normal video game stuff, unfortunately. It doesn't do much for me. It's really only once you start hanging out with Elena that not only do you actually have someone to talk to, you know, the characters are actually kind of chatting with each other, but you also have a lot more variety in what you're actually doing, kind of running around the level. You get into the Sea-Doo thing, which is not great, but, you know, hey, at least it's there. Then you do kind of a little bit of, although it's crumbling, you know, kind of urban sections that you're fighting through. Then you fight through some interiors for a bit. You have that big kind of courtyard area. Then you go another Sea-Doo level. Then you do a tiny bit of jungle fighting. Then you're in the monastery. Like, there's a lot of mix-ups from here on out. You're never doing the same thing for super-duper long, whereas you just went through 2 really long back-to-back stretches of jungle fighting and fort fighting. And before that, the only thing you really done was island, jungle, and temple fighting. You know, I guess mostly in the temple, not so much in the jungle, but you know what I mean. You're by yourself a lot, so there's not a lot of fun dialogue. It's just kind of like reacting to things or reflecting on things, not really like conversations going on. This is also where the archaeological mystery stuff starts to pick up. We had the Nazi plot thread introduced early on. And the entire element, of course, that I still do like of, okay, well, this was already found by relatively, you know, it was already discovered, so why don't we know about it? Which is fun, but it's only when we get here to the city being flooded, like, it's like, okay, no, there's some intrigue picking up. You might not think anything of it because, again, video game, you just process it as it's a video game level, who cares? But then the characters bother to stop and point out, how does a whole colony drop out of history? Why is the whole place flooded? So you realize these aren't just level design choices. These are, you know, these are storytelling choices. So you got a little bit of something to think about now. I also think, I don't know if it's coincidence or if it's directly tied to that this is also where our playthrough kind of started getting good. I think that the first couple episodes, like the first episode of this playthrough is really dry. Once we get to around, and then the next few are like, they have some fun bits, but they're not super exciting. This, to me, honestly, is where our playthrough of Uncharted 1 kind of starts to get pretty good. I'm really, really happy with our Uncharted 1 playthrough, but the first bit, I will admit, is a little bit dry. There's not a lot of excitement going on. Once we get to the first jet ski level, I really do think Joey and I were kind of firing on all cylinders for most of it. We were having a good, not only were we having we were having a good time the whole time, but, like, we were not necessarily putting on a good show, I don't think, in the very earliest episodes, and I think we kind of got there around this point in the game. Find a target, find a target. That everybody? Radius on these grenades and gas barrels is not... Yeah, and I already demonstrated why the camera here is just awful. It pulls back when you accelerate, then pulls back in. It never wants to show where you're going. And then it zooms in when you aim too, so it's just a very disorienting experience. Which, I try to go through it as fast as possible, but then that makes it more disorienting. Here we go, boys! Hee-yah! Nice. Well done. Well done, gamers.
There it is.
Yeah, now we just gotta find a way in.
You know, I read a story once about a cursed Inca treasure. You don't suppose that...
Please don't tell me you believe in that stuff.
I'm just saying. Something bad happened here. The whole colony doesn't just up and vanish.
Yeah.
Well, how do you explain it? Thanks. Looks like that cable would get us up there.
Whatever you say, Elena.
We'll check it out.
I'll stay here and keep an eye on our ride.
One time I got here, I think I spawned in a grenade launch. I'll demonstrate it later, maybe. I can cheat. I've already beaten on crushing. I can cheat. Who cares? I screwed it up again. I shot the barrels before people came walking through. That's okay, though. Blew it again. Blew it again. Didn't blow it that time, but I shot him too late to stop the grenade. Guess it wouldn't have mattered, because I would have killed him with the revolver, so it wouldn't have, he wouldn't have been around to get killed by his own grenade, would he? Yeah, you can take out pretty much that entire string of guys we just saw if you can just bait them forward with the barrels before they explode. But I blew it. Happens. Now, back this direction in a second. I want to try and demonstrate something. I got it to happen once. I don't know if I can repeat it. Now get out of cover. I just wanted to roll, Nate. Every time I roll, I don't need you to go in cover. Let's see if I can do it. We might see if this works properly. The explosion will clip underneath the floor and cause water to splash up because the water table, proverbial water table, is very close to this level here. Didn't do it. Crap. Come on. I've got to do it previously. Do it. Come on. It's not going to cooperate with me, is it? Damn. That's too bad. I only got that to happen once. I got, like, the water splash effect to occur. Can I, maybe with a normal grenade, right up against the door? No, crap. Ah, well. Audible sigh. Can I give myself grenades, or can I not do that in this game? I can't give myself back that grenade. Darn. Oh, well. I'll make up for it by cheating in a different way. Is this a dishonorable crushing mode playthrough? Only for the next room. Only for the next room. Don't worry about it. Besides, I only got like what, 1 or 2 clips with this amount of ammunition anyway, so it hardly matters. Magazines, whatever. Who cares? Oh, never mind. That was quick. Didn't you see? It didn't even help me. Who cares? Didn't even help me. And I'm back here at the very beginning. It was as if I never cheated at all. Planned it all along, boys. All right. Get ready. Come on. There we go. A few more. Come on. Couple more. I got a few. Wasn't as many as it could have been, but I got quite a few. I'm happy with that. Better. I mean, it was better in performance than the nothing that I did previously, so whatever. You know what? You take W's in whatever forms they come. And when you take L's, you just take them and you accept them and you move forward. Instead of deciding to ruin your entire career based on one bad tweet that people called you out on. Yikes. God. So good. Alright. Lesson learned, I need to be more careful pushing up into the next area because there's a man with a revolver. Okay, revolver man. I know you're out there somewhere and you have it out for me. Let me get to cover at least first before you kill me in one shot. Damn you! Ooh, I levitated for a second there. Very nice. I just wanted to get forward to trigger them and then go back. And then that didn't work out so well, clearly. Damn it. Alright, whatever. You know what? I died immediately, which means I refunded that shot that I missed. Let's do it better next time. All right, here we go. Missed. Missed again. Got him that time. See, guys, you know what? I cheated, and then I completely uncheated. In fact, maybe what's happening right now is I'm suffering karma for the attempted cheat. But it wasn't a real cheat. Karma, spirits out there. It wasn't a real cheat. It was just I wanted to show a potential glitch cheat. And then I would have had enough ammunition in one gun that isn't even really that much of an improvement to get, like, 1 or 2 guys. It wouldn't have been a big cheat. Come on, don't punish me for a minor, unimportant, for funsies cheat. I don't know. Now people are going to say the entire integrity of this playthrough is completely destroyed. It's very unfortunate. I have to go down here to trigger them, don't I? Well, I'm not going to make the mistake of jumping down and rolling and leaving myself exposed like a dumbass. I'm going to inch forward where I have complete control over my own movement. Now I'm going to run away like a coward, and I'm going to get shot in the back of the head. I have no reticle. My reticle went away for a second there. That was odd. Why is it that the hitboxes on the propane tank, gas, whatevers are so generous there, and other times they can be right next to each other and they don't explode? Ugh. Damn. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Now, let's try not to get killed like a loser would this time around, huh? Try not to die in 5 seconds like a loser would. Come on. Try not to get one-shotted in the back of the head. Come on. Okay, alright, okay, alright. Do it in the Elena skin, says Sablong? I don't know. I mean, that might count as cheating. And clearly just the one minor cheat that I just did is completely angered the cheat spirits. So I don't want to tempt fate any further than I already have. Yeah, he's got a revolver. Go away. I don't want you. I don't want you anywhere near me. He went down. I felt unusual. Like, his animation of dying was weird, and I felt like he went down faster than those enemies normally do. Perhaps I'm just imagining it. Shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. Alright, there we go. Take this again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do need more ammunition in this here gun that I have. Because I'm about to go on to the frickin', the bad part. The frickin' swimming part that jammed me up for 20 minutes in the normal difficulty playthrough. Oh dear, there's no AKs anywhere, are there? I need ammo. I need ammunition. Huh. Okay, now here's a thought. That is the next encounter I'm going to get into. And I have that whole issue of I got to go across the pond. It's kind of get. Now, there are a couple of guys when I initially get off, but only a few. And then I have an issue of I got a lot of guys across range and a lot of firepower coming down onto me. I've only got 27 bullets in my AK anyway. 26. Yeah, this is the right call. I can't believe I'm saying it, but this is the right call. It might be better to fill up on a handgun. It's going to be better to fill up on a handgun. What can I get the most ammo of? There's a lot of Uzis sitting around. Oh, that one had nothing in it, though. I'll try and fill up an Uzi, then I'll try and fill up a normal pistol. Okay, there's like I already picked up all the Uzi ammo that was on this map, I think. When I had one initially. Okay, hold on. Nah, pistol. And I'll be able to pick up normal pistol ammo on the other side. I'm keeping the grenade launcher, though. The grenade launcher may be the key to getting through this next extremely difficult part. Which I think will probably be the last thing that we do today, boys, because it's getting kind of late. I don't want to spend as many bullets on you. Come on, dude. It's like that, for example. If this game had an encounter selector like Uncharted 4 does, that probably would not be an encounter. Oh, Elena, so speedy! Vroom, vroom, vroom!
You okay?
Take him out, Elena.
Quick scoping fiend out here with the grenade launcher. Didn't die! I shot one right. He was already. He was staggered by one across the map, and then I shot right next to him, and he didn't die. Oh, what a trash video game! What a trash video game! Better. That time they all blew up. What does it matter? Who cares? It's pretty bold of me to move on before I regenerated my health, but whatever. I'm just in a bold mood. Maybe it's just because it's getting late and I want to wrap up the stream soon, but I've now set the goal of finishing this next encounter before we stop. Ugh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, out of curiosity, while we're kind of sitting here, while there's a few of us to chat, oh crap, yikes. Oh, someone just asked, any thoughts on Attack on Titan manga ending in 6 days? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'll see what happens when it ends. I went to check the other day to see if it had ended, and I was like, oh, it's not quite there yet. Thank you for reminding me it's in 6 days. I forgot that it was that soon, actually. Excited to see exactly how he wraps that up. I feel, I don't know, I've been saying for a while that it's felt like it could end at any second or go on for another 6 years, and even after, gosh, even after the machinations of the last couple chapters, it almost feels like that still. I don't know if the last chapter is going to be, like, mega long or whatever, but I don't know how he's going to... He's got some interesting things to wrap up here. I'm going to hit these barrels. I'm going to hit the barrel. I didn't hit the barrels. Hey, I didn't hit the barrels. Got that going for me, at least. This would be so much easier if you could shoot and move at the same time, which is why when it lets you blind fire later on with the pistol, it's just such a drastic improvement. I don't need a hint. I need to kill the bad guys game. I don't need a puzzle solution. I need a bad guy solution. Soul bad guy. Before I was going to ask the Attack on Titan question, before I was asked the Attack on Titan question and talk about that briefly, I was going to ask you guys a question. What are you, the Jedi playthrough wrapped up the other day? This is wrapped up. We're gonna hopefully... Oh, I guess I should show this. We didn't get to show this during the playthrough because I accidentally blew them up. These are the counterweights I was talking about. You blow them up with the grenade launcher, and it lets the gate come down. Whatever, who cares about it? The, What do you guys thought of the recent output, Jedi and Uncharted? I'm gonna, like I said before, Uncharted 2 will hopefully be starting up in not this coming week, but week after, hopefully. I thought there were 3 guys. Oh, I got him with a grenade. Sweet. Wow, he was even the big guy, and I got him with 1 grenade. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Now let's see what becomes of this. Crap. Let's see what becomes of this whole sequence here. Can I do this cleanly? I mean, I doubt I'm going to be able to do it in 1 try, but can I do it at least, can I do it decently? What do you guys thought of the recent output? Yeah. the Jedi and Uncharted and Uncharted 2 coming soon. We do have another, I will go ahead and say, there is at least one more playthrough other than Uncharted 2, kind of like in production, I guess I would say. I don't know when or at this point even if you'll see it. It's kind of a long story. It's, right now it's kind of plagued with technical difficulties, and I'm trying to figure out if it's like, do I want to spend the entirety of this, because it's a lot, the Uncharted's are already, like, 10 hours doesn't seem like that long for a video game, but it's long to have to edit. And this other game is longer than that. And I'm questioning with the issues that I'm running into whether or not I want to spend an entire... Like, do I want to have to put up with these technical issues for the entire course of this LP? Because it'll be a long one. And I'm just not sure if I do or not. All right. That was close. I almost blind fired the grenade launcher and lost it. But I did not. I stopped it, and it was all okay. Give me more of this, please. Thank you. All right. Anything up here? I don't remember there being anything up here, but I'll check. Oh, sweet. Extra grenades. There was something up here. Thank you. All right. Grenades are useless, but... sometimes they're not useless. Now, let's see. With our 3 grenade launcher shots, can we make a difference? Missed every single one of them. Missed every single one of them. Every single one of them. That was amazing. No, the mystery game is not SA2, asks Sophia Stargazer. Mystery game is not SA2. Though granted, despite the fact that Sonic Adventure 2 itself is definitely shorter than any of the Uncharted games, I think, our playthrough of it will undoubtedly be longer than Uncharted 2, whenever we get around to doing it, or if we get around to doing it. Obviously, as you guys saw with our SA1 playthrough, we dragged that son of a gun out. Though I'm sure an SA2 playthrough will be shorter, because there's a lot less opportunity for absolutely screwing around and wasting time in SA2 than there is in SA1. Partially because the open world aspects are... Is it, like, automatically arcing super high? No, it's not. Okay. The open world aspects of Sonic Adventure 2 are basically non-existent. It's just levels. So there's not nearly as much just wasted time. And unlike in SA1, where we were left with, like, okay, number one, we gotta repeat a bunch of levels. We gotta repeat a bunch of levels as every single character. But also, like, even then, we have to go back to some of them to see stuff that's, like, missable in instances, and where there's bonus It's really just gonna be us showing off a handful of things. Like, here's a level we really want to explore. Here's, like, let's show you getting through the level fast, and let's show some of the detail off and stuff like that. But it'll be a lot more controlled, I think, than SA1 was. Awesome Watts asks, you're still playing? Almost done. We're almost done for the day here. Where it's probably just going to be, we're going to do this encounter and then quit probably, because I'm willing to bet this encounter will take a few minutes. We brought in a secret weapon this time, unlike in the actual playthrough, but don't know how much good it'll actually do us.
Oh boy.
Ah, sweet, I actually got that guy. Amazing. Who would have thunk it? Oh, it was just the one micro. I thought there was like another grenade or something, but it was just a triangle prompt to pick up the Uzi that has 2 shots in it. Or 4 shots, or however many. Point is, not a useful amount of shots. JG, yeah, my dad is fully... I mean, he's not sick anymore. He's fine. He's not having significant after effects of COVID, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, we're all good. Nobody else in the house caught it, so we were very lucky on that front. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the recent stuff. Then, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Video City 1. So it'd really be nice if they came out more regularly, but the last 2 LPs were good. I wish they came out more regularly too, man, but it's just like it would... If I released them on anything other than like the 1-a-week schedule that we're now doing, it would like they'd just get delayed anyway. I unfortunately think it's probably going to remain 1 a week for the foreseeable future. We may, at some point in the future, be able to bump to 2 videos a week. But what's probably just gonna what's probably gonna happen is we're gonna keep doing 1 video a week, and I'll try and stream here and there to compensate. Yeah, no, the recent playthroughs I've been pleased with. Like I was talking about a second ago, I'm having technical issues with something that I'm working on right now, but it's the last couple of things graciously went fairly smoothly on from the production side. Is that all of them? Did I get all of them? Did I win? Wait. Is that all of them? I didn't even need the grenade launcher. Oh, nope. Spoke too soon. No, don't kill me with melee. Don't kill me with melee. None of that. That was almost extremely embarrassing. And I think his gun disappeared. There was a triangle prompt and then it vanished. Cool. Whatever, did it. Haha. Oh, I was like, I think Nate's kind of animating like he's still in trouble, but it's hard to tell sometimes. Well, damn, I can't believe I did that easily. Relatively speaking, of course. Allison Watts, are you working on anything outside of YouTube? I mean, yeah, I have other things outside of YouTube, but not like things you guys would be interested in, like job stuff. I don't have any interesting personal projects right now to share, unfortunately. I wish I could say that I was writing a novel and you guys will get to see it soon, but not the case. Well, since we're still chatting, and a couple other people have actually just come in, and we got through that relatively cleanly, let's try doing this next encounter as well. If this jams us up and it takes too long, we will quit. But since that took less time than I was expecting, let's just give this next one a shot. Yeah, I gotta say, it was kind of interesting, the contrast of the 2 playthroughs, because with Jedi, it's obviously a very, very gameplay-oriented game. There's not really a ton of events. Not a lot actually happens throughout the course of Jedi Fallen Order. Yipes. I was afraid that was going to happen. I knew there was a grenade launcher guy to the right. I was afraid he might get... I thought, usually they, like, miss once as kind of like a mercy miss, but he did not miss that time. Did that get all 3, or did it not get the guy behind the cover there? Well, this guy back here, I can at least pip him a little bit. There we go. All right, cool. Now I can just concern myself immediately with the grenade launcher guy. Well, I guess I'll take out some of these guys first. Crap. Come on. Come on, take another shot at me. Hit me with your best shot. That was almost too good of a shot. And my shot was bad. My shot was very bad, and he got a second shot before I did. But I think it was interesting that we had a shorter story-driven game and a longer gameplay-driven game. Obviously, Fallen Order had a lot of cutscenes and stuff, but it was relatively light on actual major plot events. It was kind of just, especially like the Kashyyyk stuff with Forrest Whitaker was really more of like a side story that was there primarily. It felt like it really was primarily there for E3 demos. But I don't know, I thought it was an interesting contrast of something where there was a lot of time for just us like doing Metroidvania shenanigans and talking about whatever, me, Joey, and Joshua in Jedi, and then back over to Uncharted, which obviously still has a decent amount of downtime for gameplay and stuff, but moves at a significantly faster clip, and we had much more opportunity to talk about the game itself, as opposed to in Jedi, where the conversation was often just kind of whatever we wanted to talk about during the game's, and I shouldn't say excessive downtime, perfectly appropriate quantity of downtime. God, I hate the grenades. I hate the grenades so much. They're so bad. Why are they so awful? I don't know what... This shot is not meant for you. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'm gonna pick these guys. I'm gonna clean these guys up a bit with the revolver, and I'm gonna screw that up bad. I'm gonna screw that up big time, and then I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to. There's no. I forgot. There's not really cover on the opposite side here. I'm waiting for my health to come back. I'm gonna go up here, and I'm gonna just clean house. Okay. You see, watch this. Watch what I'm gonna do here. I missed, and it was nothing. And I'm gonna go back over, and I'm gonna find another gun. I'm gonna find a pistol or something instead, because this isn't going well for me. There we go. Very good, very good, very good. All right, cool. All right, I like it a lot. I like that I have another gun now that I can use to shoot people with. Ninja Bunny says, I'm surprised how little gameplay Uncharted 1 has, actually. I would say this is, like, the most video gamey of the Uncharted series. It doesn't have, like, major action set pieces, but that was primarily an advent of the second game, not in video games, in the Uncharted series. 4 and Lost Legacy, though I consider them to be the best mechanically, have significantly fewer, like, total combat encounters, which is fine, because honestly, they're some of the best designed ones in the series. Is that all of them? That's it, boys. Got them. And we'll just wrap up. We'll take a leisurely trip up to the top of the tower here, and yeah, take a leisurely trip up to the top of the tower, chat for a few more minutes, and we'll quit when we get to Elena. Which I believe is where we quit on... No, it's not where we quit on our first session, but it was where an episode ended, at least. All right, cool. I even got to use that last grenade launcher shot. Totally excessive, but I did it anyway, because nobody could stop me. And one of the biggest weaknesses of this game, to me, like I talked about, is the extremely lengthy when you... I shouldn't say extremely lengthy. It's not that bad. We got through it pretty easily here. It's not that long. It feels lengthy, especially by the standards of an Uncharted game. The jungle into fort sequence of basically nothing but raw shoot-bangs. And really not much else going on. With brief interstitials of just walking and pulling winches to open gates and a little bit of platforming here and there. It's not even much platforming. You get, like, the waterfall sequence, and that's all you get in the jungle, really. Then you get a little bit more platforming when you actually get into the fort. There's some more interesting stuff going on there. Yeah, now that internet actually works... Well, I shouldn't say it works properly, because I still have internet issues, but now that I have them more fixed, I should be able to stream a little bit more frequently. My plan is to... do Uncharted 1 on Crushing. After the Uncharted 2 playthrough comes out, do Uncharted 2 on Crushing. And I really don't want to speak to anything beyond that, because who the hell knows what's going to happen after that. But, in the meantime, once we finish Uncharted 1, I'll probably finish Gravity Rush. And, after that, who knows? I got a couple of ideas. Maybe we'll take a vote. Maybe we'll take a vote, and then I'll disregard the results of the vote, because this ain't a democracy. Nate wasn't sure what direction he wanted to jump there, but he did figure it out in the end. Ninja Bunny said, I get that. I just thought there was, like, only, like, I thought it was only 10% cutscenes in plot. Yeah, that's fair. I understand what you mean. Understand exactly what you mean. Oh, cool. Uncharted 2 soundtrack. Check that out. Getting a little sneak preview, boys and girls. Damn you, Nate. Well, at least it wasn't a death state. It didn't kill me. That was kind of you, game. Video City 1 asked, did you finish the Roxas rewrite? No, I never finished the Roxas rewrite. Part of the reason that Kingdom Hearts 2 was delayed as long as it was. I mean, there were a lot of reasons why that purplaythrough took a while to come out back in the day, but one of them was I wanted to try and have the Roxas rewrite done before the playthrough came out. For the express purpose of I was afraid that I would completely lose motivation to work on it once it was, like, announced and out there. That is a real problem, is, like, you don't want to... If you're on a creative endeavor, you often don't... It's a bad idea sometimes to share it with people. Because that initial, like, getting it out there and telling somebody about it takes away some of that energy that you have for working on the project. But the real problem was that I started working on the Roxas rewrite. Hold on. Twilight Town Prologue Rewrite. The Twilight Town Prologue Rewrite, the Kingdom Hearts 2 Twilight Town Prologue Rewrite .docx. The file was created on April 20th, 2016. Five years ago now. That was when the document was created. I'd probably been thinking about it for a while before that, though. Now, Kingdom Hearts 2 premiered... The Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough Episode 1 released on February 12th, 2018. So I had already been kicking this around in some shape, form, or fashion for 2 years before Uncharted 2 released. And I had the script at probably, like, 60% completion when Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. And I got... The summary's done, but the actual script I got hard stuck on around the 70% mark. In, yeah, shortly after the Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough started, mid-2018. Where is the actual script? That's the preview that I put on Patreon. There is a preview of the script on Patreon if you want to see it. You can see basically everything that I've written on Patreon right now. For $1 a month, you can read what exists of the Roxas rewrite. I think there's, like, maybe a page or a page and a half more on the frickin', like, in my computer than is on Patreon. If even that. Okay, hold on. No. All right, hold on. There is... the last time that I made an edit to the Roxas rewrite, the prologue rewrite first draft, the actual formal script, was in June of 2019. That was the last time that I edited anything, and for all I know, it might have been me correcting a spelling error, or, you know, some other kind of technical issue with the script. I don't remember what it was. I got towards the very end of it, and at the end, it would have been almost all... it would have been almost all the... I should turn this down a bit just in case. In fact, no, I'm going to skip this just in case Nintendo gets iffy about me using Legend of Zelda music. I will use something else that's chill. There we go. That's fine. I like that. That's chill. I got very close to the end of it to the point where... I did read a tiny bit of it out loud, Video City 1, in a stream. That was in the ending of the Birth by Sleep streams, I believe. And I read just I read, like, the first couple pages. Basically, all that was left of the script was, like, there was one of the days that was mostly my original content, but it had a lot of crossover with the original stuff. And then after that, it was going to be just the last day of everything kind of breaking down and Roxas going to the mansion, and that was going to be mostly unchanged, aside from a couple of significant divergences, but a lot of it would have been me almost just transcribing what was in the original game, so it wasn't very exciting to write. But the last kind of day before, the second to last day, did have a lot of, like, complex stuff coming up that I was not exactly psyched to sit down and write down. So, I don't know. I lost steam on it anyway. Like, that's the thing, right? I was working on it for so long because it was just a side thing that I was fiddling with while I was busy with school. And it was just, I really, really lost all steam on it. I may have to go back. Not may have to. I will have to at some point. Maybe we'll do a stream. Maybe we'll do a stream where I have a gun to my head and I have to finish writing it, right? Or maybe in a slightly more healthy variation for me, not for you guys. I could make it a Patreon reward. Pay me money and I'll finish writing it. That's probably not fair though. I think it's the thing, right? I want to put more exclusive stuff on the Patreon. Some stuff that would be timed exclusive and some stuff that would be like, this is exclusive to the Patreon, but I barely have time to put together the actual released stuff, much less extra bonus stuff. But yeah, that's sitting around. You can go read pretty much everything that is written on Patreon for $1 a month if you are so inclined. It is on there. It is more or less everything that is written. It is not very good. It's written as a screenplay, but a very bad screenplay. I break a ton of rules of screenwriting. Like everywhere. It is a terrible screenplay. I wrote it in that format just because I felt like I didn't want to write it as prose. I wanted to write it as something resembling like a game design document. I didn't want to stop and describe like animations and stuff like that. I just wanted to write the dialogue and give descriptions of it, and then this gameplay sequence happens, and these are your options, and these are how the subsequent cutscenes can be triggered. But another thing that kind of held me back from ever finishing it was I wanted to, for every single day of the game, I wanted to go through and write all of the NPC dialogue. Like, these are the people who are around the map, and this is everything that they say. This is everything that they have to say. And, I only did that for the first day, because it was a lot of work. I intended to go back and do it later. I intentionally did it one time up front and then didn't mess with it later. I was going to go back and do it later. I also want to say, I don't recall, I think I may not have finished writing some of, like, the interstitial Diz and Riku scenes. I think some of those may have been temp. I need to go back and finish those as well. But it's been a long time since I've looked at this, so I'm not 100% sure. But no, this breaks a ton of rules of screenwriting. Some of it was because I was like fresh out of... When I did this, I must have been like in my first screenwriting course. A lot of this was probably written when I was either... I say that. When was the script started? I know when the document was started, but when was the actual script started? I know when the design document started. Okay, I first put pen to paper on the actual script. I wrote some scenes and dialogue in the design document, but like the final draft document, the script. Final draft is a program, not a final draft of the script. The actual screenplay I started on November 22nd, 2017. And I got almost all of it done before Kingdom Hearts 2 came out, but it wasn't good enough. So at that point, I was probably through my first screenwriting class at that point, so I have no excuse for my mistakes, actually. I guess I was just writing fast and I didn't care. Because yeah, this is I am breaking again. I guess I'm not writing a film screenplay. I'm writing a video game document. I don't know what the rules are for writing video games. They're probably not the same because unlike. So for those who don't know, there are really harsh rules for screenwriting because you have to show a degree of professionalism essentially when you're if you're Quentin Tarantino and you're making your own movie and anything you write is greenlit, people probably don't care. But if you are trying to sell a screenplay, the way that it works is there is an agency somewhere that receives screenplays to potentially buy, to produce, right? And to purchase and then represent and sell to a film studio in some instances. And the way this works is, I am a guy who my job is, I sit at my computer all day and I read screenplays that get sent in. And most of them are terrible. And I am paid by screenplays cleared off my desk. So if I get a screenplay and I can open up to page 3, page 1, page 2, and I'm in through it, and I see typos immediately, I see that they are not following the standards of screenplay formatting, then that means I get to throw that in the trash right away and write a quick little memo of X number of errors, doesn't understand screenplay format, bam, done, and that's my memo on that. There are safeguards because usually a screenplay will be put in front of multiple people, 3 or so readers. So if one of them really likes it and takes it up and says, we should buy this, then you're going to get in trouble if your boss comes downstairs and says, why did you throw this out? And you don't have a good excuse. But you are paid per screenplay cleared, so you are looking for excuses to throw that screenplay in the fire as fast as possible. But anyway, the other reason there's a lot of rules to screenplays because it's not, prose, a novel, you can write however you want and publish it, and people just gotta read it. Screenplays are technical documents. Actors, set designers, sound designers, tons of people have to read this and interpolate what the movie is gonna be. So it has to be written in certain formats where, like, the guy who's in charge of sound design can go through and identify, I'm gonna have to make these types of sounds. The guy who's in charge of props, I know what props I need to build. The guy who's in charge of locations can go through, these are all of the locations that are in the movie. These are the times of day we're gonna be at these locations. These are the types of lights that we're gonna need to set up. These are the actors who appear in this, right? So there's a very strict technical format. There is leniency within it. You can put flourishes in there and you can do certain things differently. There are certain things where there isn't a hard and fast rule where, like, some people really don't like. It can get really, really esoteric and specific. Like, okay, if somebody cuts another character off, how do you indicate that? Do you indicate that with a dash? Do you indicate that with 2 dashes? Or ellipsis? There's some people who say ellipsis. Never put ellipsis in there. Don't put ellipsis in the middle of a sentence to indicate a pause. That's bad. That's the actor's decision. Other people will put that in their screenplay if they think that it's really, really important, right? The main thing is you don't want to include unnecessary details. You only need to include the important stuff. Actors don't like being treated like marionettes. If you write down, like, the character walks into room, picks up a thing, examines it, places it down gingerly, and then sits down at the chair. Actors hate that crap. They don't want that. That's for the actors and the directors to decide when they get into the set. Now, if there's a prop that's really, really significant, if you need to note they pour the other person some tea because that's relevant to the scene because the tea is poisoned or whatever, or the way that they pour the tea will be a clue. They poured it left-handed. Oh, they were secret. That's, what. Like, if it's important, you write that stuff down. But you don't write a lot of flavor, and you don't write a lot of, like, detail on inflection because that's stuff for the actors and directors to decide. Typos are cool. If you can't spell it, it makes you look nihilistic and headstrong. If you can't spell, it makes you look nihilistic and headstrong, which is cool. Yeah. It wasn't so much even writer's block on the Roxas rewrite. It was just a complete lack of interest and moving on to other personal projects. I'll finish that at some point. There's just other stuff that was more interesting to me, and it was, I don't know. The whole thing was pretty indulgent. I don't think it's bad. I think there were a lot of really good ideas, and it wasn't even necessarily about writing something really good. That was the thing, really, was for me, I discussed this in the KH2 playthrough. It was never so much about writing, like, a significantly better version. Like, oh, I'm so much smarter, I can do something so much better. It was more just about, let's look at the building blocks of what is going into this opening and what it's trying to accomplish and why some of it's working and some of it's not. And let's try and take let's try and take everything that this opening is trying to accomplish and strip out all the stuff that's getting in the way. That was the main objective. It wasn't necessarily to even, like, go, bam, I fixed it, it's perfect now. The intent was really like, okay, it's easy in my head to go, well, this is how you would fix it. This is more of like a full fleshed out thought experiment on, let's try and see it in action. But, wasn't necessarily, I don't know. There's some bits of this that are probably good. It's been a long time since I've read this. There are probably some bits of this that I would like that would be good. Let's read some of it. Why not? What's going on here? What's happening? Anything interesting happening in this scene? Riku and Diz are talking to each other. Riku is not yet identified. One of the major changes is that I blow Riku's identity early on because you just need to tell the audience so we can actually appreciate the drama. Yeah, I don't feel like reading any of this. let's be very clear. Someone commented screenplay reviewing is harsh. I mean, there are lots of different methods that a movie can get made, you know. You can also, you know, this is when there are agencies that process scripts that are just like put out there, people are trying to sell, right? But if you're either A, established, or B, have a really good agent, you know, something could get handed to somebody directly, you know. I was about to say Harvey Weinstein. He obviously doesn't matter anymore. But I was thinking of specifically the circumstances behind, I think it was Good Will Hunting. Like, that movie got made because the screenplay for it just got passed around, and it happened to wind up in, like, Harvey Weinstein's hands or somebody adjacent to him. And somebody at a high level read it directly and liked it, and they went to Damon and Ben Affleck and, like, bought it from them directly. So there are lots of different ways that stuff can happen. You can know a guy who knows a guy or just know someone directly. You can just hand a screenplay to someone influential and maybe they just read it and like it, you know, and it's not about going through an agency that's just trying to clear screenplays off their desk. There's a lot of different ways that it can happen. Indulging in fanfiction writing on a large scale like this is what true art is. This is a story for another day. In fact, it is a story for the Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough that has already been shot. I have stayed far away from fanfiction for a really long time. I'm not saying that the Roxas rewrite isn't fanfiction. I joked in the video, this is not a fanfiction, but, you know, it is. Whatever, that's fine. I haven't read fanfiction in a really, really long time. But boy, oh boy, did I start reading fanfiction again. I found one! I shouldn't say one, because it's multiple books. I found something in late December or early January of this year. I forget exactly when I found it. But boy, did I find it, and boy, did I read all of it, and boy, am I excited for the next one, because it's not finished yet, and the next book still isn't out yet, and I need it. I haven't touched fanfiction in so long because I hate it. I've read so few fanfictions throughout my life that I've legitimately enjoyed. Or you know, or if it was something that I enjoyed, it was because I was like, you know, 13 or whatever, and it wasn't very good. This one is like actually like, good. I finally by complete happenstance, stumbled upon a really, really good fanfiction that plays to a lot of my interests. I'm not going to say what it was for. Maybe I'll talk about it before the episode of Kingdom Hearts 2, though if I can hold off and have the kind of big reveal discussion be... Not Kingdom Hearts 2, in Uncharted 2. If I can hold off and have the big reveal discussion be on Uncharted 2, that'd be great. Maybe I'll give up and I'll announce what it is before Uncharted, because I want to talk about it so bad. I want to talk about it on YouTube with people. I need some people to damn read this fanfiction so I can damn talk about it with them, about spoilers and stuff. I read some KH fanfictions like 2 days ago. It's midterms week, so I am reverting to my grade school self. Reading KH fanfiction in grade school? You are really advanced. Allison Watts, are you excited for the Attack on Titan ending? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm interested to see what he does with it. I gotta say, I shouldn't say like my respect for the material has waned, my enthusiasm has waned a little bit with the, it's part of why I stepped away from it for so long, was so that I'd have a ton of manga sitting there to read. And now the drip feed of the ending, where it's just kind of been like, there haven't been like a ton of reveals or plot twists at this point, it's just been like executing the finale. Which means it's really just been a continuous, like, action sequence for the last several chapters, and reading that spaced out over a couple of months is not super enthralling to me. I'm excited to see how he wraps it up, though. It should be interesting. I'm not going anywhere near Sonic fanfiction Video City 1. I think I've read more fanfiction I liked than actual books, says Ninja Bunny. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. A lot of Mega Man fanfiction. Ooh, I don't know about that. Is it a Yangsha Long X Reader fanfic? No, it is not. That is not what I read. I remember reading every Plague Tale fanfic on AO3 when I beat that game. That is commitment. That is commitment. I only committed to... Should I drop hints? I only committed to 4 extremely lengthy books, one of which, the most recent of which, is longer than the longest Song of Ice and Fire book. It's very long, and when I started reading it, it wasn't even finished yet, It only published its last chapter in January, and now I'm waiting for the 5th book. That's the only hint I'll get. I'll not tell what the subject is. I'll not tell what the fandom is. Only that it's kind of big and it has a bit of a following. And if anybody can deduce it from that information, then cool. You need to let me know, because that means you hopefully know what it is. And I need to talk about it. Never read a fanfic in my life, says Bobcat. I hate to break it to you, Bobcat, but you played Kingdom Hearts. Ow! Ow! Woo! Sick burn! Sick burn! JG says it's the Smash one, isn't it? Is it the, what is that damn fanfiction called? Joey and I were talking about this, like, just the other day. Maybe it was during the Uncharted 2 playthrough, or maybe it was on a phone call the other day, I don't remember. What is it called? Yeah, the Subspace World's Conquest. Yeah, Subspace Emissary World's Conquest. The longest piece of fiction to date. No, it's not multiple books, though, my guy. The Subspace World's Conquest is one continuous work. The novelizations of the Madden games. Yeah, maybe. Waluigi's Taco Stand. I haven't heard of that one. Well, we made good progress today. Come on, Elena. I'm coming. Calm down. Stop banging on the door. I'm on my way.
All right. Let's find a way to the harbor and hope the boat's still there.
We made shockingly good progress today, ladies and gentlemen. But I believe that's going to be it for the day as well. Damn it, wait, is it up? It'll be up at the top. That'll be today, right? Yeah, okay, Yep, I mean, it already auto-saved, so there's no need, but I'll overwrite it just as a precautionary measure. And I believe that will be it for today. Don't forget, doujins are technically a form of fanfic. Well, I haven't read any doujins, so I get to dodge around that. Four books. Red, white, black, yellow. It's not a Ruby fanfiction. Oh, that's the only hint you get. Not a Ruby fanfiction. Oh, geez. Our kilobytes per second just dove. What's going on? Complete nosedive. Total eclipse of the connection. Don't know where that came from. For the most part, our connection's been pretty stable today, but that was not good. That was sudden and aggressive and not helpful to anybody. If I remember right, Waluigi's Taco Stand is longer than War and Peace. Yeah, why not? Who cares? God, one of the funniest jokes in, not funniest, it's a funny joke. Episode of Community. The, horror fiction in 7 Spooky Steps, where they're all telling ghost stories, and it cuts to the representations of what they're talking about. There's a bit where Britta is representing, basically showing the whole study group getting killed off, and when she talks about herself getting killed off, it cuts to her. She wants to make herself look, it's her imagination, so she looks smart. So she's sitting at a desk with glasses on, reading War and Peace. But it's not War and Peace, it's Warren Peace, like somebody's name. Like, she's just heard of a book called War and Peace. And she knows that's a book that smart people read, but she doesn't actually know what it is. Isn't there a 4th 50 Shades of Grey book? I have no idea. I have no idea how many 50 Shades of Grey books there are. And, I guess those are technically fanfiction, aren't they? But no, I wasn't counting those. I did not read 50 Shades of Grey. That's not the fanfiction that I read. Right when you said the word Ruby, the stream died. Yeah, I was talking about the stream being dead, but probably me talking about the stream being dead didn't make it because the stream was dead. We already had I think you weren't here for it, Ninja Bunny. I had a bit of a Ruby meltdown earlier on the stream. You missed it. Anybody who came in late missed they got to catch a brief Jacob Ruby related meltdown. They happen every now and then. I try to suppress them, but sometimes I can't because I just got new information. New lore was added about Ruby like 2 days ago, and I'm still hot about it. I have not watched Ruby since season 5. I barely know what's going on through seeing occasional clips and seeing people talk about it. So I barely know what's going on, but I saw enough to reaffirm that I will never watch that trash full time again. I will never commit to that trash again. It's a fourth one. It's from Christian Gray's perspective. It predates the frickin' Twilight book from Edward's perspective, or did she just release the Christian Grey perspective book to rip off the Twilight book? I don't know about that. I was about to say I'm gonna Google 50 Shades of Grey fourth book, and then I was like, wait, no, I'm not. Not when I can ask chat to just explain it to me. Because didn't Stephanie Meyer release another Twilight book that was like Edward's perspective that she didn't even like, she wasn't happy with it, but like it leaked or something, so she was like, well, I guess I might as well publish it. Something like that. I don't remember the details. I know a little bit about Twilight, but I don't exactly follow it closely. Crossbird says, I feel slightly bad for starting most of the Ruby tangents, but not bad enough to stop doing it. Yeah, I get that sense from you guys. Uh-oh, Jacob's talking. Uh-oh, we got Jacob upset about Kingdom Hearts again. What a tragedy. Oh, no. It's a really funny story, actually. What is, the Stephanie Meyer thing? Video City One says, oh god, Twilight's still going. Not really. It stopped ages ago. Stephanie Meyer started working on a book that was the original book from Edward's perspective, but she really was not happy with it, and she was just gonna shelve it, but it got leaked. It got stolen and leaked. So then it was like, well, it's out there anyway. I might as well publish it and make a buck off of it, you know? I feel like I saw something where she was like, I'm considering writing more Twilight books. But I don't think they're coming out right now, and I think it was just like, I am considering, aka, I'm out of money. Or who knows. Maybe she's not out of money, maybe she just wants to write. The Twilight book from Edward's perspective predates the fourth 50 Shades of Grey book, but I thought the Twilight Edward's perspective book just came out. But the concept of it, and it being leaked, predates the fourth book. Oh, 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, what a thing. I love that in France, 50 Shades of Grey was rated the equivalent of PG. It didn't even get a PG-13 rating, because it is so softcore by the standards of French cinema. That's my favorite. So what happened was Meyer announced she was writing a book from Edward's perspective, and then like a month later, E.L. James, who I assume is the writer of 50 Shades, announced she was writing the Christian perspective book. All right. Got it. That's hilarious. And she finished the book in a really short time, like 2 months. Good for her. That's about as long as Rian Johnson had to write The Last Jedi. He had a little bit more time than that. 2 months is about as long as they had to write The Rise of Skywalker, though. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream, too. What a disaster. But I believe that's it for today, folks. Nothing tomorrow. I'll probably try, like I said before, there will be no, Uncharted 2 is not going to start this coming week. It'll start week after this coming week, most likely, unless there's a major shakeup. I'm going to try, I don't think it'll happen this week. There's still going to be a couple of bonus things for Jedi Fallen Order, but they're not going to come out right away. I'm going to try this coming week to stream at least once or twice. Hopefully we'll wrap this up. If we wrap it up fast enough, maybe we'll also go back and resume, whatchamacallit, Gravity Rush. We'll see if that happens or not, though. I need to stop talking about the French. What did I say about the French this time? What did I say about the French? I don't remember saying anything about the French. Did I say something about, was 50 Shades of Grey French? I don't know. Did I say something? I don't remember saying anything about the French. Oh, right, I was talking about the ratings. That was not even a negative. That was like hey, listen, they are very free and liberal with their sexuality over there. Whatever. That's not, it was merely a comment. I think it's great to have this novel that all these middle-aged American women are like, oh, so juicy, so scandalous, and then to have it hop across the pond, and in France they're like, is this supposed to be pornographic? I get more aroused by walking down this street and looking into the river, the fumes lifting up of all the trash. I don't know where I was going with that one. I was trying to put together a joke and I didn't get there fast enough. The point, I just think it's really funny that this thing that's like in America is considered like this explicitly transgressive, like sexually charged thing, is considered like not even softcore porn in France. I think that's really, really funny, and that is not a negative. I think it's very funny. Does Final Fantasy VII The Sevening count as fan fiction? I don't know. I think fan comics and I don't think parodies count as fan fiction. Like, I mean, is Spaceballs Star Wars fan fiction? Is Is Hot Fuzz Bad Boys fan fiction? I don't know. I think that like parodies, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not like fan fiction is an inherently negative term. Sure, whatever. Final Fantasy VII The Sevening is fan fiction. I guess that counts as fan fiction that I've read recently. But if we expand it to like fan comics and stuff, then there's tons of stuff I've consumed. I talk about this in the Uncharted 2 playthrough. When I went on fanfiction.net to read this story that I was reading, I had an actual, literal, no joke, physical fight or flight response. That is not a meme. I am not making a joke. When I booted it up and I saw the UI that hasn't changed for 15 years or however long, like, I mean, the last time I was there was probably like 10 years, 11 years ago. I don't know. It was a while ago. Now, it wasn't 15 years, though. Doesn't matter. When I went on fanfiction.net, I literally had a gut reaction of discomfort because I am so used to seeing and reading anywhere between cringe to creep. I discovered I could get around it by switching the website to night mode and by really making the text a lot larger. Not even using like the site's built-in like text adjustment, but just like zooming in within Firefox. Once I zoomed in and I changed it to night mode, I no longer had the reaction. But I haven't actually kicked it. If I go there and it's the normal size, normal font, and normal like kind of manila envelope colored background, I get upset and I have to change it. This is not a meme. This is not a haha funny man. This is true and it really happened to me. Does the FF7 remake count as fan fiction? It's not being made by fans, so no, it does not. It's not being made by fans. It's official. If it's from the official source, it's not fan fiction. The Disney films are fan fiction. No, you know what's fan fiction? All of the novels that were written that George Lucas never even looked at, that were just churned out for a cheap buck. Your beloved Legends canon is more fan fiction than any of the actual stuff that's come out from Disney, who have a committed, like, committee of trying to control the canon. They haven't always made good decisions, but at least they're, like, kind of trying to manage things. They really screwed up with the movies, of course, but honestly, most of the extended universe, the Disney stuff Disney has done with Star Wars has actually been pretty good. Like, Rebels is, I didn't like Rebels. Somebody said something in the comments section on one of the last episodes of Jedi Fallen Order regarding red crystals. Because Joshua talked about in KOTOR, like, it was described as you had to get the red crystals by, like, this weird thing of, like, killing getting it, like, from an egg inside. It was a long story. Someone said that, in a comment, that, like, okay, the way that red crystals work now in new canon is if you're dark side and evil, it just corrupts the crystal in the lightsaber and turns it red. And I was like, oh, that's lame. That's stupid. I hate that. That means that bad guys always have to have red lightsabers. That's so stupid. Why can't you give them some other color? And then the next paragraph he said, however, that's where the white lightsaber crystals come from someone getting a corrupted red crystal and purifying it over time through their positive influence. That's why Ahsoka has white lightsabers in Rebels. And then I was like, never mind, you won me back. That's cool. That's a cool way of getting. The only way she only has that because she stole red lightsabers from bad guys that she killed, probably without a lightsaber. That's cool. I like that. That's fine. You won me over. You're telling me that zombie stormtroopers is fan fiction? Says Ninja Bunny. I'm laughing about your Legends comment, but I'm crying on the inside because you're right. That was a low blow, lol. Hey, listen, it's totally fine because a lot of the good stuff from the EU survived then. But first of all, number one, it doesn't matter if it's canon or not. Don't even worry about it. But number two, freaking Clone Wars survived, and that was the best stuff anyway, so who cares? The novels were a real slapshot mixed bag of dozens and dozens of different authors dancing through the same characters and same storylines, and it's a mess. Yeah, Ninja Money, there's white lightsabers that appear exclusively in Rebels. Or at least it's the only place they've appeared so far. I guess technically Ahsoka shows up in Mandalorian Season 2. But yeah, she has white lightsabers, which is, a lot of the art design of Rebels is specifically alluding to the old Ralph McQuarrie concept art for the original film, which sometimes works and sometimes is super ugly the way they decide to represent it. But we see characters fighting. A lot of the sabers in the original concept art were white. So giving Ahsoka the white lightsabers was kind of a reference to the old concept art. God, shut up, Captain CJ97. I don't know if you just showed up or not. I don't know if you've been here and you're trolling or if you just showed up, but shut up. But yeah, damn, Ahsoka gets white lightsabers in Rebels, and it's stated up. I don't know if it was ever stated in the show or just an expanded material because I stopped watching Rebels. Apparently it happens because she stole them off Inquisitors that she killed, and over time her being light side purified the blades or whatever, and I think that's kind of cool. I like how the only game Disney confirmed canon was Shadows of the Empire, one of the worst Star Wars games of all time. Is that confirmed canon? To be fair, I wouldn't even count the game. Like, the game, to me, was always secondary canon, even originally. It was because there was the comic and the novel that people don't know about it. Most people think of the N64 game. I only played the N64 game, like, once at a friend's house. I have the graphic novel for, Shadows of the Empire, which is actually not bad. The game's a mess, because it's just strung together sequences of, Dash Rendar? Is that who? Yeah, Dash Rendar. Running around and doing garbage that's barely even tangentially related to the actual plot. Shadows of the Empire was a massive market test. They did the book, they did an audio drama, they did the graphic novel, and they did the game, and with some tie-in toys and stuff, and the entire thing was a test of, okay, simultaneously a test of, does the public still have an appetite for Star Wars, and let's kind of warm up the public with, hey, look, here's some Star Wars stuff to get them ready for the prequels in a couple of years. Both a market test for the prequels and a warm-up for the prequels, because I think George was probably going to, unless all those things had totally bombed and nobody bought them, he probably would have done Star Wars. He probably would have done the Star Wars prequels anyway, even if they'd only been middlingly successful. I liked the Shadows of the Empire comic because it actually, it had decent stuff for worst character in Star Wars, Boba Fett. Not worst, but, you know, poorly utilized. Better than what The Mandalorian does, which is just, hey, look, here's Boba Fett, and he gets to kill a bunch of people, and that's it. And it's like, okay, great, woohoo, that didn't make up for anything. He actually gets to, like, show why he's, like, he has a little bit of action in the Shadows of the Empire comic, but it's mostly him being really smart. Him having, like, his ship is broken down, nothing is working right, he has no equipment, and he just has to outsmart other bounty hunters who are chasing him, trying to steal Han Solo from him. The Boba Fett plotline in the Shadows of the Empire graphic novel is, like, the only reason that I like Boba Fett. Disney made a press release when they bought LucasArts to say it's canon and nothing else. I totally missed that. That's really funny. Anyway, that's all. I think we should wrap up now, folks. Yeah, I am going to, like I said, we'll hopefully be back to stream more of this next time around. I don't know if it'll just be one stream or two. I got into the rhythm of a little bit, and like I said, once you get out of the jungle, where the cover is just abysmal, you really can't manipulate it at all. Once you get out of there, this gets a lot easier to manage on crushing. But we'll see how it goes on the next stream. I would guess probably maybe one, but possibly two more streams to wrap this bad boy up. And then, yeah, we'll move on to Gravity Rush, or, I don't know, maybe something else will come up. But yeah, I'll try and do this sometime this coming week. So, hope you guys enjoyed this. If you're watching the VOD later, I hope you enjoyed it. See you guys later. I think that's all she wrote for tonight.